Aloha, everyone. Welcome. Thank you so much for your patience in the delay of this broadcast. My name is Athena Moberg, and I am your host of this live event, which is the Narcissistic Abuse Virtual Summit, Surviving Narcissistic Abuse. So if you've tuned in live for this broadcast and you are realizing that we are now 36 minutes behind schedule, we have had some technical difficulties with the software, and we do sincerely apologize. And this is a live Q&A interactive broadcast, so if you would like to tweet us your questions, you may go to twitter.com and go up to the search area and type in the hashtag NarcAbuseChat. Send us your questions. We'll do our best to answer them. It may not be able to be answered live during this broadcast, but we will be going back and referring and responding to everyone's questions on facebook.com/NarcDiaries. Now, we had a widget on our website that allowed you to ask anonymous questions. I thought we would just get a few. We would open it up for a live Q&A, but what happened was we got flooded with over 50 questions just in the past few days. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce our very special guest and let you know who else is going to be on this broadcast. So as I said, I'm your host, Athena Moberg, and my amazing co-host, Bobby Parrish, is also in the green room along with Bree Bonche. And as you know, if you've been watching this channel for any time, Bobby and I do these Google Hangouts every single week for trauma survivors. And we actually met Bree Bonche virtually and have collaborated on this narcissistic abuse event. You can find Bree by going to facebook.com/narcopath. And Bree will go ahead and be answering some questions, as will Bobby. This is a 4-hour event, and it will be going 4 hours total, so it'll end 30 minutes later than it should have. So again, our apologies for the late start. I do want to introduce to you our very special guest, Richard Grannon, the Spartan Life Coach. And it is quite late in the UK, so I'm going to read you Richard's bio briefly. If you are not familiar with his work, I highly suggest going to YouTube and subscribing to his channel. And you can also find him on Facebook and Twitter, only I don't know if he tweets very much, but he is on Facebook, and YouTube is his jam. He's always putting out YouTube videos, and he's amazing. So subscribe to the Spartan Life Coach channel. And I'm going to read you his bio briefly. Richard Grannon is the Spartan Life Coach. He graduated with a bachelor's degree in psychology from Aston University at age 21 and qualified as a master practitioner of NLP the following year, having trained with Richard Bandler. He draws on elements of neuro-linguistic programming, cognitive behavioral therapy, Zen meditation, hypnotherapy, systems thinking, classical psychiatry, and psychodynamics and Stoic philosophy to give you the most direct and practical solutions you need to know. He has been working as a coach and a psychology trainer for over 10 years. He works within the British education system as a motivational speaker and on applied psychology and developing programs for children and teachers with various objectives. He also developed a globally recognized brand with his company StreetFightSecrets.com. If you haven't gone there, go check that out after the event, which combines simplified applied psychology with self-protection concepts. So without further ado, I'm going to bring Richard here on to say hello to everyone and just share a little bit about maybe his YouTube channel, just give us a little rundown on what you're up to lately, and then we'll dive into some content and some Q&A. Hi, Richard.
Hi. The YouTube channel was a project that developed out of the Street Fight Secrets. Well, it started with Street Fight Secrets. Then I wanted to teach people self-assertiveness skills and focus more on psychology. And so I started the Spartan Life Coach channel. And then that has sort of gone down the road of looking at how people have people pleaser syndrome or codependency, broken ego boundaries, and how that can be caused by narcissistic or emotional abuse. And that's kind of where the channel is up to now. It's got a major focus on complex PTSD and narcissistic abuse.
Wonderful. Well, we really appreciate you agreeing to be our special guest today. And I was wondering if perhaps you wanted to answer a couple of the questions I know, like I was saying a little bit earlier, I thought we would get a couple of questions in anonymously, and that we'd be able to address some of those and have you personally answer the questions of
Sure.
people that wrote in. We received a flood of questions from over 50 people,
Okay.
and most of them give a description of the abuse they incurred by their narcissist, followed up with usually the question of, will I ever be normal again? Will I ever, ever, ever recover from the abuse that I incurred in this narcissistic relationship? I was raised by narcissistic parents, and I was brainwashed and gaslighted my entire life. I had a false sense of reality. It was all a fairy tale. My entire life is a farce. I was married to 3 different narcissists, and all of them were just like my father. I mean, just on and on and on and on and on. And the question that everybody needs answered is, can they ever recover? Will they ever not only be normal again, but will they ever feel normal again? Will they ever feel whole? And if so, how?
If by normal they mean the average or mean or median of the typical person in society, then no, they won't be normal again in that respect. Simply because the most optimistic outlook for a survivor of narcissistic abuse, and it is optimistic because many people just go down, the damage that is done to the internal system can be so severe that either they will take a quick way out directly via suicide, or they will slowly just crush their lives down to a very primal state where they're no longer really living, they're just surviving, like the Walking Dead. They're in a very, very numb state. The damage that this can cause can be very, very severe indeed. However, I am ever hopeful and optimistic because I recovered from narcissistic abuse. I recovered from very seriously abusive scenarios in my life, different ones that I seem to have ended up in. And I wouldn't say I feel normal, but I feel sovereign, meaning I feel like I am my own person. And so you can either go down, if you go down that path into the destruction that is the ultimate goal of the narcissist, or you can defiantly refuse to go down and instead go up. And if you, this is a long, hard battle, extremely tough. It's trial by fire, real, hardline spiritual initiation stuff. If you survive that and you can get through it, you will be better than the average person. You will be better than normal. You will be more aware, more focused, more boundaried, more decisive, more objective, with a better self-awareness, more awareness of human psychology, a stronger philosophy, and simply a greater clarity of thought and a better sense of humor awaits you.
Thanks for giving us some hope. A lot of the viewers of this channel, most of, if not all, of our subscribers are adult survivors of childhood sexual abuse, which happened at the hands of a narcissistic parent or an absentee parent, abusive parent, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, and then have gone on to be in relationships with abusive people. So how is it that they, in your opinion, can avoid falling back into these abusive relationships that seem to repeat their childhood?
Well, that's a big question. So let me give you the answer right now inside of 4 minutes. No, it's very, very difficult. I am a survivor, if you like, of similar circumstances as a child. The parent who is involved in that abuse is now in jail for it for a long time. For what he did, not just to me, but others of his children. I was part of his second family. The wounds that create. The problem with this kind of wounding is it's different to normal wounds. I taught self-protection for a long time, I still teach self-protection. So I would deal with the victims of violent crime very, very frequently. And if you're a boundaried adult and you're attacked, beaten up, hurt, whatever it is, your sense of self is damaged, your view of the world changes, you might become a little somber, you might go through a grief and anger phase, and maybe you'll be a little bit more vigilant in the future, but you will heal. That wound, like a wound on the body, will heal. The wounds that are caused by narcissistic abuse, emotional abuse, particularly sexual abuse by a psychopathic parent in childhood, those wounds don't heal. There's a type of disease that I've had the misfortune of getting a couple of times from doing jiu-jitsu, where you rub your skin on the mats, and if the mats are dirty, your skin gets an infection called impetigo, and the wounds, what happens is the wounds open and they won't heal. The body just doesn't heal and they stay open until you apply like a steroid cream. And this is a good metaphor for what happens. Your skin on your body obviously represents your boundary to reality. So if the skin is open, reality can get in, infection can get in. You must have skin, and you must have the ability to heal that skin. Narcissistic abuse, sexual abuse in childhood erodes the body's ability to do that. I'm using a metaphor here, so the body and the mind's ability to do that. Your ability to self-heal gets corrupted. The software for self-healing gets corrupted. There's a virus, a Trojan virus that gets put in there that means that you can't do it. On top of that, for some reason that I don't really fully understand why. I mean, I just hold my hands up to this stuff and go, I don't know why it happens. I'm just a mechanic. You know, I just fix this stuff. The wounds reappear. So even if you go to therapy and it's not the right kind of therapy, and that wound that you have there, that's that particular experience, that's how you heal it, it can just pop up again. Now, the effect of that to the victim is extremely disorientating, and it's despair-inducing, because they will be left sat there going, what the effing hell is wrong with me? Will I ever be okay? And then they start to self-blame. They start to self-loathe. There must be something wrong with me. There must be something wrong with me. Is the soundtrack that plays in their mind as they drink and self-medicate, take drugs, and have promiscuous sex and engage in all kinds of dangerous activities, because they stop caring about themselves. They've not kicked into full-blown, I'm ready to die, but they're also like, yeah, I'm not that fussed about living either. So there's kind of a vague suicidal ideation that colors the backdrop of that type of person's life. Everybody sat there will be going, yes, that's good, you're describing me, fine, now what do we do? The most direct way that I'm aware of now for handling this is to understand that these emotional wounds cause a thing that is called emotional flashbacks. My understanding of it so far is that if we can name the demon, we can tame the demon. So if you have the words to describe what it is that is happening to you, you will start to recover. You've got emotional wounds from childhood. I think the best description of what happens is from Pete Walker's book, Complex PTSD, From Surviving to Thriving. You're now experiencing emotional flashbacks, which mean that you can be triggered by anything, everything, or nothing at all, or you might even trigger yourself. That's how ready we are to be triggered when we've been the victim of this kind of abuse. You might just have a memory of bicycling, and then you're thinking about being a kid, and then you're thinking about your parents, and boom, you're in a full-blown emotional flashback just because you saw somebody ride by you on a bike, and now you're sat in your car on your own crying, and you don't know why, thinking, I'm a crazy person, I'll never get better, what's the point? So his model for sort of describing how emotional flashbacks kick off and what we can do to just break it down and go, okay, calm down, be mindful, get back in your body, stay calm. It is going to get better, but it is going to take work. There is work ahead of you. Just start. Okay, I got triggered. I am now in an emotional flashback. You will change, everybody watching this will change their lives if they can only say, this is not me, this is an emotional flashback. There's a poop storm of emotion and psychological trouble that is just kicking off inside of me, that's rocking around inside the brain, firing off adrenaline and cortisol and making you feel extremely unpleasant feelings in your body. And that's an emotional flashback. If you can just say that an emotional flashback is an emotional flashback, you'll start to change your life very, very quickly. You'll start to get leverage on this demon and you'll learn to tame it, but it does take time. So that seems to be the one and only thing that I'm aware of that can stop these wounds from just popping back up at random and opening up and not healing. This is the one thing I'm aware of that can actually, that has certainly allowed me and some of the clients that I've worked very close with over a period of time to actually see some real lasting healing. Anybody can feel good after a weekend seminar. Anybody can feel good after 10 weeks of 1 hour a week talk therapy. It's tough to hold those gains when faced with reality. Because for people with complex PTSD who suffer narcissistic abuse, normal day-to-day living is just a lot tougher. It's just difficult.
So what would you recommend as step 1, step 2, step 3, or I know that you teach on a regular basis self-protection. So you would say, okay, we're going to step 1, when you see the bicycle go by and you're triggered, then this is what you're going to do. Step 2, this is what you're going to do. Step 3, this is what you're going to do, or however many steps you would recommend.
In the same way that when I taught self-protection to help people protect themselves from potential muggers, rapists, murderers, whatever it is out there in the world, the first thing I would teach is that, you know, prevention is better than cure. It is easier to prevent an emotional flashback than to dig your way out of a full-blown one. You know, if you're in the middle of a full-blown emotional flashback, you need to have a very strong grounding in Zen meditation to pull your ass out of that in any reasonable time scale. However, if you've experienced a lot of emotional flashbacks in your life and it's strong for you and you get into a good deep hole and you can get yourself out of it inside of half an hour to 2 hours, you would be given a brown belt, which is one less than a black belt in the system I teach, to extend that metaphor way too far. It's pretty advanced to be able to do that. Prevention is better than cure. Learn yourself. Become a friend to yourself. Realize that your ability to love yourself, to show yourself respect, to acknowledge your own needs, to acknowledge your own feelings has been corrupted and corroded by, you know, people who are just evil. You know, you're not supposed to use the word evil in psychology. You're supposed to maintain a stance of moral relativism. This is another little tip, sideline. Moral relativism will screw you up. Moral relativism will make you sicker if you've been the victim of any kind of narcissistic abuse. So for the therapists and the coaches out there, you must have an ability to morally condemn the abuser and say that what they did was completely evil. None of this airy-fairy, oh, but also they are victims of abuse and they are victims of victims. Yes, that's probably true, but it's not helping the human being in front of you who's struggling. So they need absolute license to morally condemn the abuser. What the hell was I saying? I can't remember. It's a mess in here.
You were talking about our viewers right now receiving a brown belt because they're going to self-soothe within 30 minutes.
Oh, yes. Yes, sorry. Yeah, that's right. So if you do that and you're in the middle of a flashback and you can self-soothe and you can be a friend to yourself and you have that ability to have a strong moral framework. Morality is the core of this whole issue. It's a morality play. The narcissist, victim, predator-prey drama that we're living is a morality play, and in its efforts, it's so sick, but in its effort to be good, to be moral, psychotherapy has said, let's take morality off the table, let's take condemnation off the table, and they've really hurt the victims by doing that. It will leave you swimming in soup if you can't grasp. So you must have a strong philosophy. You must rebuild your whole philosophy of life. Why? Because the narcissistic abuser, whether you were a child, whether it's your parent, whether it's your ex-husband, girlfriend, whatever it was, their whole game was to corrode your morality, your moral structure. Their whole game was to corrode your ability to think critically, to love yourself, to account for your own needs and wants, to account for your feelings, and to realize when you needed things. So, you know, I would say to these warriors, these brave young warriors, we're going to send you into battle against demons with no armor, no shield, no sword, and no pants on. Good luck to you. It's very tough. It's very, very tough. But you get stronger by the battle. You acquire the armor, you acquire the shield, the weapons, and the skill and the strength and the ability by fighting. So for me, one of the things that I found useful when I was at the very bottom of a very deep hole following a severely narcissistically abusive relationship was just brutal stubbornness. I just had a brutal stubbornness that said, I'm not going to give up. I'm not going to kill myself because you won't win. And I was like a pit bull. I was just clinging on. I was like, I don't know what this is. I don't understand it, but you won't win. You will not win. You know, my life will be an act of vengeance for the evil that was done to me. And it is. You know, this is my revenge. You know, watch what that person did to me, what those individual people did to me. They caused me to be here talking to you now. They caused me to be doing what I'm doing now. So I always think of the quote from Star Wars, which might be a bit, I don't know if you're a Star Wars fan or not, but Obi-Wan Kenobi said to Darth Vader, "Strike me down, Vader, and I shall become more powerful than you can ever imagine." That's it.
Oh yeah.
That's what's happening. So the more I'm attacked, the more I feel myself being targeted for narcissistic abuse. Yes, it's tough and it's shaky and it's turbulent, but every time I come out the other side, I'm always stronger. I'm always more determined, more ferocious. So there is a ferocity of intent that these people, the victims, need if they're going to have the ability to move forward. They need to say, okay, this absolutely will not kill me. This absolutely will not destroy me. I don't care if it takes me to the time I'm 70. I will undo what was done to me. And that was important as well in my recovery, was that I didn't give it a time frame. I was like, oh, I'm 35 and I live in a garage and I have no car and I'm a bum, which was true. You know, I was extremely depressed and could barely function. I did nightclub security to make just enough money to keep putting food in my mouth and to put my socks on in the morning. That was it. And I was, you know, self-judging, criticizing for that. When I took that, one of the things that helped me was to take the time frame off it and say, well, so what? You know, there are people I know who lived to the age of 85 who never resolved issues from childhood. Their entire life was wasted. So I kind of started to think, okay, well, what's the proper philosophical approach to this? The proper philosophical approach is to say, I didn't have choice before this age. You took choice away from me. When you infringed on my boundaries psychologically and physically, because you were stronger than me, because you were more powerful than I was, you took away choice, you took away consent. So all that stuff is not my fault. That was done to me. So I kind of said, this is 2 years ago, I'm 37 now, at age 35, I said, okay, up until age 35, demons, you got that, you won. You can have all that. That was you. Well done. But from now, this is me. Nobody's taken this from me. This is the rest of my life. So it's important to, it's going to be very tough for people, but they need to find that toughness inside of them, that grit to say, you know, F you, I'm not going down, I'm going to keep going, and I'll do whatever it takes to get better, as long as it takes, or I will die trying. That needs to be the attitude. And when I adopted that attitude, I think I started to get better pretty much straight away. There was like a period of 3 months where my recovery just spiked, and then slowly over and that's where the Spartan Life Coach came in. I was like, okay, I need to start helping other people with this. And the more I helped other people, the more it kind of developed and gathered momentum. And then, you know, 18 months later, or 2 years later now, 30,000 subscribers on YouTube, and people really, really like it. And I've given the privilege and the honor of being able to help people who suffered as I suffered, and to give them back independence and freedom.
I love everything that you were just referring to, and the ferocity, the ferocious inside of you that needed to come out in order for you to survive and to live your life with such purpose. I'd like for you to comment on the importance of calling abuse abuse.
Well,
you mentioned this in one of your other videos, and it was a key for me that unlocked that spike in my recovery that you mentioned. So I'd like you to comment on that.
I think I'll be a bit facetious and philosophical. I'll answer the question sort of in the inverse. If we are not allowed to call abuse abuse, if within the therapy room or amongst friends or with family members or in coaching, there's an implicit doctrine that says, you know, Athena, you can't judge these people. You can't call abuse abuse. You can't say that what they did is wrong. What does that do to you? Unintentionally or not, you know, I might be a good, decent human being, a nice psychotherapist who really wants to help you, and I was just trained to do that. What I'm saying to you without saying it is, Athena, the rules don't apply to them. The rules that apply to you, they don't apply to them. There's a different set of rules. You're not allowed to cut somebody off in traffic. You have to pay your parking fines. But if somebody rapes you or hurts you, come on now, you should really just be the bigger person and let them off. that's crazy making communication. You can't ask a human being to tolerate that. But I was, and you were, and many people were as well. And as a consequence, I walked around full of rage, just furious. I'm lucky I'm not in prison now. I'm really lucky because I had some, I won't go into it in too much depth, but when I was in my late 20s, there were some scenarios where I had some very close scrapes because I was just a time bomb walking around waiting to go off, full of rage and trained, in martial arts to be able to fight. So it was dangerous. And, things happen in that kind of a context. It's dangerous. It's not a healthy place to be. So to answer the question in the inverse, the consequence of not being able to cause abuse is you put the blame back onto the victim, and in their frustration, depending on their trauma response style. I have a trauma response style of fawn and fight. If you're into trauma response styles,
Yeah.
It's fight, fawn, flight,
Freeze.
and
Freeze.
freeze. Sorry, I just got a lesson from somebody last night in physiology, and they were saying your brain controls, feeding, fleeing, fighting, and the other F word. And I'm like, don't say that. Don't, the more I'm telling myself not to say it. So it can be extremely debilitating, extremely dangerous. And in my frustration, I just got really, really, really deeply angry with myself, with my abusers, and with the world. And I ended up feeling heartbroken with humanity, heartbroken with reality. I was like, this is just nonsense. Well, what is the point? So that's the inverse answer to the question. To answer the question as it presents, what is the benefit of calling abuse abuse? Is it allows us to accept reality.
The importance. I feel like it is of utmost importance, like you mentioned in one of your other videos, that in order for us to heal, in order for us to live, absolutely 100% unequivocally must, capital letters everywhere, call abuse abuse, period. Not, well, they didn't mean it, well, their intent wasn't there, well, maybe, all of this ambiguous nonsense. And like you were talking about moral relativism, well, they were abused also, well, let's take into consideration blah, 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 blah. None of that. Calling abuse abuse, the importance of it.
It would only be of merit to a group of codependents like ourselves who can sit around nodding, going, oh, calling abuse abuse, that's the smart thing to do, that's right. To a cluster B personality, that is meaningless. They'd be like, of course you would tell, that. What are you talking about? We're so gaslit from early age that even to call a spade and call reality reality is some huge, oh, what a naughty taboo thing to do. How brave we are. The car is a car, the sky is blue, water is wet. Aren't we rebels? It's, of course abuse is abuse. Duh.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Oh, that was fantastic. You touched on something in the narrative of the response to the question that we just asked. You touched on the word rage. Now, the reason why I want to focus in just a little bit on this is because, again, we're taught, ooh, anger is naughty, and we were abused by angry people. And so anger and rage and all of that, well, rage and anger differ, but it feels like a naughty thing. It feels bad. It's terrifying to get angry because bad things happen when people get angry. The moment that there's a raised voice or whatever, there's so many people with PTSD that anytime they hear a raised voice. So I would love for you to take a few moments to speak to specifically the men in my community right now who may have a fawn and fight combo, or that really are experiencing rage, and maybe perhaps talk about the difference between healthy anger and inappropriate rage, or the fact that maybe sometimes rage, like, can it be used for good? Just speak to the topic of anger and rage and how it can be used positively in our recovery journey, specifically to the men out there in our audience right now, because I know a few that are really struggling with this.
So I started laughing before because you said naughty, and I thought it was funny the way. So people watch this and be like, "Why is he laughing? This is serious." I laughed at the word naughty because I'm childish. So speaking to the men
I'll speak to the men.
No, our channel, it's okay for you to go as geek speak as you want and laugh as much as you want, because we've warned people that this is our channel and they can turn it off if they don't like our personality. So you just go for it. Go for it.
It's YouTube. Attendance is totally voluntary, darlings. Totally voluntary. So, I mean, the Spartan Life Coach really evolved because I was talking to angry men. And I was talking to angry men who were just like me. The business worked because I understood the core values and the needs of my market, because my avatar for a person to sell to was me. So I was like, it was really easy, and it was a lot of fun to do, because I had a community of guys just like me, codependent men who were angry, who were not in a good, healthy touch with their masculinity and didn't have even a good sense of what being a man was. Without wanting to go off on that one, you know, our sense of what being a man is nowadays is deeply, deeply damaged. It's deeply corroded, and men receive ridiculously confusing messages about what they can and can't do. And unfortunately, that creates some very neurotic responses and some very neurotic, unhealthy overcompensation. To wit, the fight-fawn response in men. If you're like me and you're angry and you have a fight-fawn response, I've got to warn guys that means we have a predisposition to narcissistic sort of patterns of behavior. It doesn't mean you have a predisposition to narcissistic personality disorder, but the fight-fawn response. I only found this out recently through reading Pete Walker's book. Just a little heads up, it's associated with psychopathy. You might be not an out-and-out lunatic psychopath. I think there's factor 1 and factor 2. I can't remember which is which. I think factor 2 is the more friendly psychopath. You'll be the more friendly psychopath, but you're still effectively a psychopath, which means you have impulse control issues, you're self-destructive, you have a warped sense of what women are and an ability to relate to women. Your ability to relate to women is warped. You know, I've struggled with that a lot over the years because of the conflicting messages that were pushed upon me in childhood. So it's difficult. It's a very, very tricky one. So speaking to men particularly, there's a lot of work to be done here. There's a lot of things that need to be discussed. There's a lot of things that need to be looked at. There's a lot of double binds that men are put into that furthers that rage and that aggression. To the point of anger and healthy anger versus rage, to all humans listening, regardless of gender or predisposition, I would say that anger is your friend. It's aggression is your friend. Healthy anger, healthy aggression is your friend. If you seek to crush or suppress anger and aggression, whether you are a lady or a man, two things are going to happen. One is you're going to get depressed, and two is your sex drive will disappear. We have become frightened of anger. We have become frightened of aggression. And whenever I think of this, and I think historically, I always start to think of the Victorian times, and just before that as well, where people started to wear really tight clothes. And they started to wear clothes that pushed their bodies in. And they became very, very, in the West, I mean, very, very obsessed with stiffness and rigidity. And we in the West, we got far by doing that. We got a long way by following that protocol of stiffness, rigidity, and suppression. The clothing was that way. The manner was that way. People were taught to, if they were of nobility and high birth and an educated and wealthy gentleman or lady, they'd be taught to be very, very restrained. And we got far from doing that, but it is not healthy. That is not what we are as a human animal. It's not appropriate. So we must get in contact with that anger. As far as abuse from as far as recovery from narcissistic abuse goes, if you are not yet in the angry phase, you're still got a lot of work to do. If you're numbed out and kind of a bit vague and philosophical about your abuse, and every time somebody asks you, so how do you feel about the fact that your father did this to you, you reply with, well, I think. And then the coach says, no, 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 I asked you what you feel. And they reply with, well, I think. So what they're doing is they're dissociating. They're going out of their heart into their head, because the heart has all the pain in it. The body has all the pain in it. So they want to be out of body experiences all day long, please. Yes, thank you, I'm checking out right now. The eyes just fade out. Okay, fine. It's a survival mechanism But if you get skilled at that, you know, whatever you do a lot of, you get good at, whether it's table tennis or badminton or martial arts or dissociation. The more you do it, the better you get. So you get a lot of people who won't touch their anger, so they dissociate. When they do that for long enough, but they still seek to have control in the world, they become psychopaths. The psychopath is somebody who is in a deep state of neurotic rage that is in total denial about it. Narcissists as well, obviously, overlap. Everybody here knows that. Narcissists and psychopaths overlap. They're in a deep state of rage, total denial. I am not angry at all. I'm sure if you said to Hitler, you're an angry man, you're like, no, I'm not. But, you know, he's obviously just fueled by deep neurotic rage. When I say neurotic rage, what I mean is it's not in response to anything. You're just angry now. You're not angry because this person infringed your boundaries. You're not angry because this thing happened. You are just full of rage. And when it comes to being an adrenophile who's addicted to the adrenaline of anger and rage and righteous indignation and conflict, Hitler is a good archetype to use. There's a guy who in World War I basically had a nervous breakdown. He fought in the trenches as just a normal low-level infantryman, and he got what they called at the time hysterical blindness. Hysterical blindness meant he believed he couldn't see, but there was nothing wrong with his eyes. He could see, but he just was blocking reality out. He had seen too much. He was in, they called it shell shock. We would now call it PTSD. And he was like, no, I can't see, I can't see, I can't see. When his sight returned to him, he returned to a country that was completely humiliated by the West, and he developed a hatred of Britain and France and the rest of Europe, and then he just rode a wave of something that was already happening so he could go and take vengeance on those people who had hurt him, driven by absolute fury and neurosis, and he tapped in. It was almost like the collective humiliation of an entire nation had gone into him, because he was a broken man. He was a perfect vessel because he was insane. And all of that hatred and anger and resentment went into him and expressed it. So that's neurotic rage. Righteous anger is speaking up when you've been hurt. That's a good mammalian response. If I poke a wolf with a stick, I expect Mr. Wolf to bite me eventually because he is an effing wolf. It wouldn't be an appropriate response to be poked with a stick over and over again and just sit there like Gandhi with a smile on your face going, go on, do it again. It's not. That's not what a normal human being should do. You should have a mammalian response to defend and to counterattack. So I probably ranted enough about anger.
No, not at all. I enjoyed the response a lot, actually, and I think it illustrates and differentiates between anger and rage and the after effects and so forth. So if you could speak to what you just mentioned, like to the men out there right now, if you could speak to everyone, let's say there are men out there or there are women out there that are watching our channel, which we know there are, men and women alike, that really, really, really struggle with rage or I'm not angry, or their instant response is to go into compassion mode and trying to, like you said, they disassociate, or, well, I think this, or maybe I feel this, and they're really just sort of unsure. What if they're leaning towards that, the psychopathy, or what if they are what you just described? Are there some steps they can take, a direction they can go confidently, and knowing that they're going the opposite of the way that they have been going, that they just need to do this 180 and go, okay, I have been experiencing those things. I do exhibit those traits that he just described. I don't want that because I'm an empath and I'm watching this channel and I don't want to become my abuser, which we think that we're going to, even though it's completely impossible. What I'm going to do now is 180 and go, no, these are the steps I'm going to take. This is what I'm determined to do. Do you have a suggestion?
I have a suggestion. It might not be to everybody's palate. It's the old school counseling, psychotherapy trope or sort of stereotype. Tell me how that makes you feel. How does that make you feel? So everybody who's experiencing that, they need to have a little therapist inside of their head who's going, how does that make you feel? Because they are disassociated, they are in denial, they are running from rage. But rage is a feeling, so they're running from all feelings. This is where people accidentally, through their complex PTSD response, end up being diagnosed accidentally as borderlines because it looks like borderline, but it is not borderline. And one of the things that we do, which looks like borderline, is this denial of feelings. I will not open that door that is full of screaming demons and ghosts because I'm scared that if I open that door, it will crush me. I lived like that for years. The compassion response is frequently just nonsense, and so many, you know what spiritual bypassing is. There's a ton of people out there, especially they flock online, and they want to project an image of themselves as being above normal human emotion and above normal conflict. But lift the veil, and the person's a mess. They're an absolute friggin' mess, because if you live as though you're an observer of your own life, it's going to be a mess. If you live as though you're an observer of your own life, that's kind of a narcissistic stance. I'm not saying that person has narcissistic personality disorder, but to live outside yourself, looking at yourself as though you're watching a movie, that's a narcissistic stance to adopt. Don't watch yourself. Be in yourself. Be you, and feel what it is to feel. Feel your feelings. If you don't feel your feelings, you can't process them. If you don't process them, you can't recover. There's no recovery without vulnerability. There's no healing without processing those emotions. Yes, some of them are sticky. Yes, some of those, boils when they're broken. The pus that comes out stinks. Yes, fine. You will cry. There will be scars. There will be tears. There'll be snot. It will be undignified, but it doesn't last as long as you think it does. And once it's done, once that boil is lanced, you don't have to go there ever again. A lot of people who are watching this who are struggling, they don't realize how much of a burden they're already carrying. Their life is a burden. It's just burdensome. And they think, well, everybody has their cross to bear. No, not like this. Not like this. This is most people around don't know what you're experiencing because they didn't come from that kind of a background. They didn't have the experiences that you had as a kid. So people who self-identify as empaths, what we tend to do is we say, well, I understand how other people experience life because I'm just like them. I'm just like them. They're just like me. Dudettes. That's what got you in trouble in the first place. Thinking that your narcissistic abuser was just like you. They flipping well ain't just like you. Not at all. So that's a big one to get over. So my primary advice would be get into how do I feel? What are my emotions right now?
Wonderful. I want to comment on the Oprah reality tunnel that you just mentioned. That whole you're sort of like watching your life as though it were a movie, and well, how do normal people respond to things like that? Well, this is how I think I should respond. It's very Stepford. It's very mechanical. So I have in just a couple of words, because I want to save the last 15 minutes of your time with us for you to talk about your recovery from narcissistic abuse first aid, for how to take revenge on a narcissist book. I want you to be able to tell us all about the projects that you have been collaborating on and that you have launched that are helping lots of abuse survivors out there. But in just a couple of words, I would love for you to comment on the people who give us, the survivors, the advice of, well, what's in the past is in the past. You're never going to get past it if you don't you got to just draw a line in the sand. You got to step over that line, and you just need to leave it behind you forever, and you just need to forget all about it. Now, what's in the past is in the past, and you need to press onward towards the future. Otherwise, you're just going to stay stuck there. So you better just step over the line in the sand and just, come on already. That was 20, 30, 40 years ago. Can you comment on that?
And you need to forgive. If you don't forgive, then there's something wrong with you.
Yes. Could you comment on that, please?
Forgive. Yeah. The Oprah reality tunnel. I should really say, like, the whole thing with Oprah Winfrey, she does drive me crazy. I have to give her credit. She's encouraged people to read some good books, for sure.
Yes.
But the Oprah reality tunnel became a good shorthand way for what I saw as being just massive group disassociation, huge amounts of spiritual bypassing, and again, this idea of forgiveness being forced on you. I'm not even sure where it comes from. I don't know whether it's like partly religious doctrine that's crossed over in psychotherapy or what it is. The idea that you should forgive somebody who has abused you, maybe even as they are abusing you, be the bigger person. Why is the onus and the responsibility for the moral workload put back on me? Why is it not on them where it belongs? It's a really weird tendency. You see it time and again, and it's yet another way of double binding the victim back into
Yes.
the thought of there's something wrong with you. It's all your fault.
Yeah.
I can't remember your original question. I'm sorry.
Oh no, the original question was just to comment in just a few words on this thing that is being pressed upon us as the survivor of, whether it's a survivor of a cluster B parent or a survivor of a narcissistic spouse, or even for people like myself, which I can only speak for myself, but every single friend that I even made that I considered to be a air quotes close friend at the time, even just until I realized what it was that I went through, was I attracted people that were exactly like my main abuser.
Yes.
And so the original question was that I wanted you to comment on the system, or whether it is a faith-based organization or counselor or psychologist or board certified, et cetera, yada yada yada. You need to just draw a line in the sand, step over it, and forget what lies behind and press on towards the future, because if you go back and try to feel your feels, that's nonsense, which I don't believe that is the case at all. I obviously am asking a loaded question that I'm expecting a response to, but I know that you've spoken on your channel about people that tell us that you need to just draw a line in the sand and move on, because that was 30, 40 years ago. Why aren't you over it by now? Why aren't you just over this by now? Was the original, would you comment on that?
Okay, so I think there's a lot to comment on there. The simplest way of describing it would be to say a healthy human being has a healthy, functional relationship with reality. An unhealthy human being has a dysfunctional relationship with reality. So if you're saying to a client they just need to move on, you're not helping them to deal with the reality of what happened. It becomes a way of bypassing it and of avoiding it. There has to be a way of looking at that reality, guiding the client back to the reality, and saying to them, okay, what was it that happened? Did this happen? Yes, this did happen. Was it okay? No, it's not okay to do that. And just that can be very, very cathartic, which I think is why, I found the scene in the film Good Will Hunting, where Robin Williams playing the therapist says to young Will Hunting, it's not your fault. That's an engagement with a core reality that the character of Will Hunting is in denial of, because the child in him goes, it must be my fault. It must be my fault. This is why when it happens in childhood, it's so corrosive and so damaging. Our model for loving ourselves comes directly from our parents. So if your parents love you, you at the internal level go, okay, that's how I love me. This is how to love me. If they don't love you, by default, you hate yourself. I think I'm fairly safe saying that. It's not that you default back to, oh, I'm not important, or I'm a bit neutral. No, I hate myself. I hate myself because I'm not lovable. So I must be, if I'm not lovable, children thinking in black and white, if I'm not lovable, I must be detestable. There must be something intrinsically wrong with me. I must be loathable. And then we start to develop avoidant personality disorder. Then we start to develop schizoid personality disorder. Then we don't relate to people so well, or we avoid them altogether, and the cycle perpetuates itself. You then prove to yourself that you're not lovable. You prove to yourself that you're not worth knowing, or that you're annoying, or you're a burden, by either being annoying or being a burden on an unconscious level, or developing some very strange tics in personal interactions that put people off you and confirm a pre-held belief from childhood, or just avoiding them altogether and going, this is too complicated. Screw you guys, I'm going home. I don't know what human interaction is. I'm not going to do it anymore. So my answer to it would be, in the reality that I propose, in the version that I propose, the client accepts reality, moves towards reality. Let's help the client go, yes, this did happen. Yes, it is wrong, because the client will automatically, their slave training kicks in, the brainwashing kicks in, and they go, it wasn't that bad. He only raped me once. He didn't cut my hand off. You know, it could have been worse. And everybody with CPTSD says that. It could have been worse. At least they put a roof over my head. At least they fed us. It's like, that's not how children are supposed to be raised. It's not, you know, some sort of like gulag, communist gulag that you send people to, where they'll give you a bowl of rice every day and they'll only give you a good kicking on Fridays, and you go, well, you know, at least they're fair. That's not raising a child. Children need love. If you can't love a child, don't have a child. Don't do it. You know, in some ways it's a very complicated job, parenting, but then in other ways it's very simple. Just be around the child and show them some love and attention, and they will grow up healthy. Don't F them up, and they'll probably be all right.
Yes, and the greatest revenge ever for those of us who were raised by the gulag is that we are fully, I want to say fully functioning, but I say it with a question mark at the end. And here I am, and we are on YouTube, and this is what we're doing. You made reference to the gulag, so of course I wanted you to share for those of our audience who have not seen your video where you describe the two different gulags and how absolutely dangerous and damaging, how much more damaging it is for the gulag that they're in, where they actually love them, versus the one where they just get beaten. Would you paraphrase that video in brief for our audience? I think that they would really benefit from this greatly, greatly, greatly in a huge way.
Okay, I'll give a bit of history to that. I set up as a former self-protection instructor to do life coaching, self-assertiveness training, because that's what I was qualified to do. I didn't expect to be doing this kind of deep psychological work with people. And as one of my first clients, we developed the concept of the gulag together. She lived in a country that was formerly under Soviet rule, where they still are taught Russian in schools, though they have their own ethnic dialect as well. And she says, you know, the Russian influence is still very, very much here. So we discussed it, and we were talking, and you know, I was supposed to be doing life coaching with her, and ended up doing some very, very deep work. It was totally honest. I said to her, I don't know what we're doing here. Are you happy to go through with this? And she was like, yeah, fine. We figured it out between us. And it was this, what became clear was that this lady was not given any space or any boundaries as a child at all, ever. She wasn't even, this is so evil and so cunning and torturous, she wasn't even allowed to dissociate. She wasn't even allowed to retreat back into herself. She wasn't even allowed to go to her room. If she went silent, she would be tortured for that. So it was like some 1984 political prisoner stuff. So that's where I started looking at the treatment of political prisoners. I'd already looked at cults and trauma bonding before, so I started to look at, well, what do I know about cults? What do I know about trauma bonding? What do I know about the way in which political prisoners can be psychologically tortured and broken, and how they do it and why they do it? So we adopted that, and it worked. It worked brilliantly. When we assumed that she had been a political prisoner in a gulag, it was like, wow, we have major step forwards in the coaching process. And what we said is there are two gulags. The idea I gave her, I said to her at the beginning of a coaching session, I'd written this before the session. I said, here's the metaphor. There are two gulags. I run a gulag, you run a gulag. We get our filthy anti-communist dissidents, they come in. I beat my anti-communist dissidents with a rubber hose and give them a cold shower and say, you filth, you hate Comrade Stalin, you deserve this pain, I hate you, I hate you. And I do that every day at 4 o'clock. And then I send them to the labor camps to work until they're dead. She does the same thing in her gulag. Every day at 4 o'clock, she beats them with a rubber hose, she hoses them down, she says, you hate Comrade Stalin, you filthy anti-communist, you deserve this pain, blah, 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 blah. But then says to them, actually, no, I'm just teaching you. I do this out of love. I do this out of care. I want to bring you back to communism, brothers and sisters. Please, you got confused. That Western corrupt decadence, it got into your mind. It's pollution. The pain that I give you is the fire that burns away the filth. I'm paraphrasing things that have actually been said during torture sessions. Our Western term, brainwashing, comes from a Chinese term, they think, which was heart washing. Heart washing, the washing of the heart, is what the Chinese communists would do with dissidents. And it was brutal. They would literally go inside and they would say that inside of your brain, comrade, corruption exists. Do you want it out? And they'd say, yes, I want it out. And by saying, yes, I want it out, they would consent to their own torture. They'd consent to their own punishment. They would be told to consent to their own punishment. The manifestation of this, I'm not anti-communist, pro-communist. Politics is beyond me. So before anybody comments angrily about that, well, politics I don't do. The psychology I do. Politics I don't understand. I had a client who had been raised by North Korean parents in Canada, and when she had done something wrong, or her sisters had done something wrong, the father would make them go and get a stick, prepare the stick from the garden, write down their crimes, recite them to him in the living room while the family watched before beating them. And I was like, yes, there's some Korean imprint that's been left from that communist regime. So you're made to stand there and say, this is the crime I committed against the state. I didn't wash the dishes when Dad told me. I didn't take the trash out. I spoke back at dinner. And here is the stick with which I wish to be beaten. Please help me get the corruption out of me. That's the two gulag sort of metaphor that I've been playing with that works for some people. You torture the person, but you don't give them the dignity and respect of saying, I hate you. I'm torturing you because I hate you and you're scum and it's about you versus me and hate. What you do is you're insidious. You say, I'm not torturing you, brother. I'm helping you. I'm not torturing you, my sister. I'm trying to bring you back to the purity of communism. You need this help. This isn't torture. Who says torture? This is teaching. And in Stalinist Russia, there were cases of that where you could be tortured, but you're banned from saying the word torture. You're banned from saying you're banned. Like if you were, so it's another level. It's totalitarianist thinking, which is what you get in narcissistic family units. They operate like a cult. They operate like a totalitarian state. It's absolute submission or death. It's absolute total subservience or hideous, disproportionate punishment in response.
So the level of abuse that is received by the people in this gulag has a pretty coding on it that it's what you said, like it's not torture. You're not allowed to say torture. It's not torture. I'm helping you. Or to put it in the terms of all of our viewers, it's not abuse. I love you. It's not abuse.
Right. So many of our survivors are told, I'm doing this because I love you. This is my, like my abuser told me when I was a child, when he was abusing me, I'm doing this because I love you. This is what loving fathers do. And you're right. It messes with your mind.
Yeah, it would have been kinder to say, I'm doing this because I hate you. Because then you can form, your boundaries are intact. You can say, okay, I am a hated object. You are the person who hates. I am that which is hated. We have a confrontational relationship there. But when it's, I love you, and the thing that is difficult for survivors to sort of pick apart then is, well, which was my feeling and which was their feeling? Which was my injunction and which was their injunction? And then you start, well, did I consent? Did I go along with that? Did I cause it? Did I create that? And all of this nonsense, because you were a child. You can't consent when you're a child. There's no such, it doesn't exist. There can only be coercion.
Right, but we blame ourselves. We do. Yeah. We feel complicit. Complicit in our own abuse, and it is part of that big piece about us growing up hating ourselves. Yeah. Because we think we somehow caused it or agreed to it.
I think it's an unfortunate, like, call it a software fault or a cognitive bias, if you will, where a child's mind will default back to it's me. So if there is love, it's me. I'm the love. I'm the yay me. If there is hate, it's me. So there's a narcissistic phase that every child goes through, where they're the center of the universe. This is what Freud referred to as, well, he didn't call it healthy narcissism technically. Other people called it healthy narcissism. But he was like, it's a phase of narcissism that you grow out of. where you're the center of the universe, meaning when you go asleep, the sun disappears and the world stops. When you wake up, ta-da, the world begins again. So everything is you. And there are no boundaries at that age. Mummy is me, daddy is me. We're all the same. So you can't say no. You can't consent or not consent because there is no me and you. There's only this. And it's all me. So if I witness a murder at age 3 in my living room, it was me, because I'm there, and there's no boundary. There isn't the other. There's just this. Everything is me.
Yeah.
That's powerful. I know that we ran you up right at time, and I wanted you to have some time. Take as many minutes as you would like to share with our audience that's viewing right now and those who will be viewing the replay. If you would share about your first aid for survivors, for your book that just released, that's available on Amazon, and it has quite the controversial title, which I love, How to Take Revenge on a Narcissist, which is, I like the example that you gave in your video of, it's not like you could ever really like find a way to have revenge, like you're like, I'm a vengeful person. It's more like you get a view of their instrument panel on which they see everything, in which they choose of which button to push, and you go, oh my gosh, that's the button. I will never respond the same again, because now I know what the instrument panel looks like from their point of view. So I just want to turn it back over to you, Richard, and just allow you to sort of shamelessly self-promote and just tell people how they can reach you on social media, where they can find you, what if they want to work with you personally as a coach, what if they want self-protection skills, what if they're in Liverpool, what if, talk about yourself for just the last few minutes that we have you here, would you?
If they're in Liverpool, they should send me biscuits, preferably that have chocolate on them, at all costs, immediately. I think, all this stuff is there on SpartanLifeCoach.com. What I would recommend for people is to go to the Spartan Life Coach YouTube and sort of, in cyberspace terms, kind of hang out with me there, listen to me talk. If you can stand me talking for more than half an hour, then it's probably good for you, and you can check out the products if you like that style. If you don't, then don't. So all of that is free. Obviously, just go to Spartan Life Coach YouTube and see if you like that stuff. And if you do, all the descriptions for the products are there. I don't like to push promote anything. The one thing I would say about How to Take Revenge on a Narcissist is, yes, that was a provocation of a title. The actual construction of the book, as you say, you got it, which is that it's to give you the insight into the control panel that narcissists operate from. And the way the book is structured, if you read it from beginning to end, which is what you're supposed to do, then by the end of the book, what you will actually have is a very deep insight into how alien and how foreign the narcissistic mindset is to yours, and then let it go and move on. There is, like, what's the ultimate revenge you could take? You could hire somebody to shoot them, but they still win. Because even in their dying breath, they'll be like, see, I'm the victim. They still win, even if you do that. Everything that you do just it's like flypaper, it just sticks. So it's very, very difficult. What we can do, and it was an idea that I got, I was writing on Facebook updates on my Spartan Life Coach Facebook. And I was like, I need to give people updates that they can ingest quickly, because it's Facebook, so it can't be an essay, that will help them to understand the reality of what is going on in their abusive relationship in a way that sticks with them and they can use. So I started talking about Planet Narcissism, and I started writing Facebook status updates as though I was a narcissist from Planet Narco. And it was like, to try and describe how alien that landscape is. You don't understand how narcissist thinks. You don't. You've got to train yourself. You've got to put your special narcissism specs on, and then you need to go to Planet Narcissist and then look around and be freaked out by how weird they are. With the stuff they're obsessed with is strange, it's childish, it's brittle, nothing makes sense. It's almost like when Frodo puts on the ring in Lord of the Rings, and then he goes into this alternate reality where everything looks different, but he's invisible and he can do creepy stuff. That's what it's like visiting Planet Narco. So the whole book was really to sort of say to people, look, you're in pain, you're confused, let the fuel of your anger, your desire for vengeance, which is a natural primal response, a worthy response, fuel you going through this book and really get into depths with what they do, but not from the me versus you, you're the predator and I'm the prey perspective. Let's flip the switch, which is a trick I learned from self-protection. Now I'm the predator, you're the prey. How would it be if I did some narcissistic tactics on you? You fantasize about that for an hour, however long it takes you to read the book. You get that out of your system, and then you go, pointless. They're children. They're children stuck in adults' bodies, which they are. They are stuck in their emotional growth, probably at about age 5, and that's it for them. That's life done. No therapy can help them. Nobody can break through to them because their denial is so tough. It's so strong. Nobody will get through, and that's it. That was the point of that book.
One of the most powerful comments or things that you said I watched the video that was talking about the release of the book, and it was that we are so used, especially if, as many of our subscribers are children of narcissistic parents, you look up to them as though they are this impenetrable force. It is so big. They are so big, and nothing you do will ever be good enough or smart enough. You can never outsmart them. It is just as though they are inside your head, and it is like, but you mentioned in the book that what happens is you actually get to see them for the sad, lost, confused, weak, and sadly pathetic excuse for a human being they really are. I mean, you get to see that.
If you break through to the other side, you will see that they are cheap con artists, and all the con artistry that you thought was so subtle and smart and all the rest of it is because you consented. You consented to the magic show. It was a bad magic show delivered by a drunk, depressed guy in a clown outfit who wasn't even trying very hard, and it sucked. But you wanted it to work so well, so much that it did. You filled in the gaps. And this is why it's important for people to understand that the narcissistically abusive relationship, unless it's between a parent and a child, or a family member and a child, or a political prisoner and the person operating the gulag, it relies on desperation. Desperation has to be a key factor in the development of the narcissistically abusive relationship. You have to be desperate for it to work. So they need to hold the key to a door that you're desperate to unlock. That might just be love, or it might be something more than that. It might, and that's what people need to look at. When you actually wake up from this and you have a sense of humor and you get objective, you go, yeah, what they did, it wasn't that smart. It wasn't that clever. They're not all powerful. It's actually just cheap tricks and, smoke and mirrors.
Yeah, what the description that you gave was, it is a magic show put on by someone who was drunk wearing a clown outfit, and it really was just very pathetic. So
that's it.
Anyway, I really appreciate you, your time, your attention, your willingness to be our special guest for this virtual summit. And I would love for anybody who would like to reach out and connect with Richard, please go to Spartan Life Coach YouTube channel or find him on Facebook, the Richard Grannon Spartan Life Coach, and definitely reach out and just connect with his audience. His audience is an amazing group of individuals that are insightful and witty and kind, and I'm grateful that we got a chance to speak with you and have you speak to our audience, and I just appreciate your time, Richard. Thank you.
Thank you very much for having me. It was a pleasure.
Wonderful. Well, I don't know how the software is going to handle it if I try to do anything. So
I'll just wave and leave. I'll just wave, smile, and leave.
Aloha. Goodbye. Aloha from Hawaii, Richard. Well, that was such a treat. You guys, thank you so much for hanging in there with all of our technical difficulties. My amazing co-host, Bobby Parrish, messaged me while Richard was wrapping up a moment ago, and her entire computer crashed. And earlier, it was my server, and I was hacked. So, interestingly, we do have the amazing Bree Bonche with us. And I'm going to read you Bree's bio, if I may, here. She runs a blog called Relationshippedia, and you can find her on Facebook. The most common place to find her is on Facebook. She has an incredible community for people that are they're recovering from toxic relationships, specifically with sociopaths, psychopaths, and narcissists. And whether that's you, whether you were raised in a psychopathic, narcissistic home, or you have been in a marriage with someone who you have a feeling that they may have some narcissistic or psychopathic or sociopathic tendencies, and you, the first clue that you may be in an abusive relationship or a toxic relationship is that you go online and you start to become a detective and you start looking up what is a toxic relationship and is this normal, and you're starting to do some research and you finally come across some findings, and that's probably how you find Miss Bree Bonche at facebook.com/narcopath, or you find articles, or you find a YouTube channel like ours. That's usually one of the signs that you're in an abusive relationship, is that you've had to become a detective and sort of try to figure out what reality is again. So whatever it is that you come from, whether it's a childhood from abusers, or if you are currently in a relationship with friends, frenemies, besties, you're at work, perhaps you have a narcissistic, psychopathic boss, we are here to help you, and we want to welcome you into a safe community. We have a private secret Facebook group set up specifically for you. And if you happen to be the adult survivor of childhood sexual abuse, we have an even more specific private secret Facebook group for you, filled with amazing, amazing people. We have a co-ed group, and we have a group with just ladies. I'm going, now that the website is loaded, I'm going to read you Bree's bio, and I'm going to invite her to begin sharing her content for today. And if I can just find, this is so funny, Bree. Hello. Oh, here we go. Sorry, guys. Everything crashed right before we went live, and I had everything completely set up for whatever, and it just didn't happen that way. So Relationshippedia. Relationshippedia is the name of her blog. If you want to go to relationshippedia.com, you will see everything you need to know about Miss Bree Bonche. And she is a licensed clinical social worker, trained as a general practitioner. She's narrowed her scope to relationships, which is not really all that narrow. She graduated from the University of Southern California with a master's degree in clinical social work. Prior to entering USC, she attended Cal State University Northridge, where she completed her bachelor's degree in journalism and a minor in psychology. After graduating from USC, she had lofty plans to start a private psychotherapy practice and quote-unquote fix people. Well, what she discovered through her years of working with people and just from her own experience is that interpersonal relationships are the currency of life, which I love that quote. And the most valuable resources we have are relationships. Ultimately, the quality of our relationships, whether with family, friends, intimate partners, or coworkers, determines the degree of our happiness and overall physical and mental well-being. So without further ado, I'm so happy that Bobby's back in. Bobby, it's great to have you back. I just sort of improv, like we do. I want to welcome Ms. Bree Bonche and just welcome you to this amazing event. I'm glad you got to be present to hang out with Richard. He's awesome. And I just, take it away, Ms. Bree. Educate our audience with everything that you have right now. It is all yours, girl.
Well, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I really enjoyed listening to Richard. I definitely related to a lot of what he was saying. Just a little background, I realized that when I was working in the field, a lot of people would come in with anxiety and depression, but it always related back to their relationships. So that's kind of really what got me focused on just kind of narrowing in on relationships, is because a lot of these other problems people were coming in for were, you know, based upon usually marital relationships or any kind of interpersonal relationships. So they really do affect the quality of our lives and our physical health and our mental well-being. And so to talk about this is just great, because we really need to, like, you know, figure out what is a healthy relationship, and if you are in a toxic relationship, you know, what are the signs, and how do you get out, and how do you, you know, start to move toward building healthier relationships. So
Yeah. Well, I would love for you to share a bit. I did have somewhere around here, I had a list, like a program that we were going to follow with different topics that we were going to speak on, and like a timeline, and I cannot locate that to save my life. So I may actually just, I would love to turn this over to you and just perhaps share a little bit about your personal experience with your narcissist, and how far back that goes. How far do you unravel it all? I know for, it's not necessarily the case with you. We've had this conversation previously. But when the three of us, when you and Bobby and myself were on Skype together, we had this conversation briefly. But I would love for you to share a little bit about your personal experience with narcissistic abuse, if you feel so bold as to share, and how far that unravels for you. For many of our audience, our viewers, our subscribers, they can literally unravel it all the way back to childhood and go, oh, wait a second, I didn't know that was toxic. Wait, that was abuse? Like, I don't have, and then all of a sudden the light bulb comes on, and they have this moment in their lives where they're never going to be the same again, because they realize they don't have any memories of anything that were not abuse. And that is that moment where you're like, what am I going to do now? Like Richard was describing, like, you can just give up, but that ferocious part of you, or that ferocity, as he called it, to recover no matter what, to be amazing, to show up every day. So for you personally, Bree, how far back does narcissistic abuse go in your own life, or what is your personal experience with narcissistic abuse, and how has that really fueled this this passion that you have for helping others?
okay, well, I think really what started it is I had a relationship, and when the relationship was over, I really recognized that what was going on, that I didn't recognize at the time. I kind of had a sense, but I could never put my finger on it. And being a therapist, it was embarrassing. It was like, how did I not see this? How did I not know this? I know what narcissistic personality disorder is. I can tell you the criteria. How did I not know that this was happening to me at the time? So I basically, that's what really fueled me. I thought, wow, this can happen to me, and I have knowledge about this disorder, then really it can happen to anybody. And that's really sort of what made me start writing blogs and trying to get, spread awareness, and just wanting to help other people to identify the signs, because only in hindsight did I recognize kind of how it all unfolded, and how I kind of got sucked into it. I think we can unravel a lot of things back to our childhood. I wouldn't say that I had an abusive childhood at all. I work more in the here and now, in the present, and I do a lot of cognitive behavioral techniques. So yeah, we are definitely a product of our childhood and all our experiences from childhood, and make us who we are. And that's something that we definitely have to look at when, not only after we realize we've been abused, but, what about us has allowed this abuse, or what about us do we need to change to protect ourselves from this abuse in the future. So that's kind of what really propelled me to, you know, write about it, and just feeling like, oh my goodness, it was, you know, it was a big decision, because it was very embarrassing as a therapist that this could happen to me. And so basically, in coming out, I just felt that, well, I need to, if anybody can talk about this, then I can, and I can help, you know, hopefully help other people understand what's going on with them, and share what I did to kind of help me move on and move forward and heal. And, you know, and I think a lot of people feel good, like Richard said, when we help others. You know, that's who we are. We you know, and I even got a message this morning from somebody on my forum that I just loved, because she was saying that by helping others and hearing other stories, it just confirms and makes her stronger. And I really relate to that. It's like when you hear other people's stories and you help them and you give them advice, it really kind of just strengthens your own, you know, conviction of, yes, this is what happened to me, and I have to stay strong, and I have to stay no contact, and I have to keep moving forward. So
that is so powerful. Just that resolve that we get, I think, is the powerful element that we can share with others. That you know, either you're going to let it break you or you're not. Either you're going to continue down this path of, you know, and I want to give people permission, if I could use that term, because we've talked about this several times actually, and that is sometimes us, like you said, it was embarrassing for you. You're a therapist. This can happen to anyone. And you described sharing your story. You came out. It's as though we always turn it inward. We end up going, why didn't I see this? I can't believe I didn't see it. Can you share a little bit with our audience right now some of the, and of course, I'm not saying mention your clients' names or anything like that, whatever you can share anonymously, of course, but some of the common narratives that you hear, like, this is what I'm going through, this is what she's saying to me, this is what he's doing. Is it just me? Like, is this normal? Can you share with us a little bit about the common thread that you see through almost 100% of the people that you work with?
The story, yeah, that's the thing. The stories are all so similar. Names and specifics are changed, but the common thread that everybody, you know, that I hear, myself included, is, you know, you meet the perfect person, they're your ideal match, they come on pretty strong, they quickly tell you that they feel a connection with you, or you're the one that they've been waiting for, nobody else is like you, they're so glad to have met somebody like you, you're their soulmate, they push for exclusivity really quickly, you find yourself living with them, you know, within a month or two, and then, you know, you're perfect, you're ideal, you're wonderful, you can do no wrong, it feels great, you're in love, they treat you special, they do everything, you know, and then slowly, and it goes away. And it happens so gradually that you don't really notice. You think it's kind of the normal settling in of a relationship, you know, it's not all, you know, fireworks like it was in the beginning. But really what they start to do is you go from being this wonderful, amazing, I can't believe you came into my life person, to somebody who can never do anything right. I've heard people say, one that always sticks in my mind is this woman who said her narcissist told her, she couldn't drain spaghetti correctly. You can't cut tomatoes correctly. I couldn't fill up the water dog bowls the right way. I mean, you know, it's, how do you go from being from, you know, this great, wonderful person to somebody who can't even do the littlest, you know, minute task the correct way, and just, it's a very slow and gradual process, and like Richard was saying, it's done with love. I'm just trying to help you. I'm just doing this for your own good, because I want to, you know, I want you to know how to do this in a better way. It's for your own good. And so it's said in a, like you said, in a kind of wrapped in a sugar-coated way, but it's abuse. It's abuse when it's constant and it's chronic, and it's you know, every little part of yourself gets chipped away so slowly that you start to feel, like many people say, that they, you know, that they can't do anything right, that everything, that their narcissist is always right, they're always wrong, that they start to walk on eggshells, they start to monitor what they're going to say, what they do. Personally, I felt this, and I've heard it from so many other people. You know, the anxiety you feel before the narcissist gets home. You're going around and, you know, mentally checking or physically checking the trash cans to see if they're too full, the water bowls to see if they're full enough. You know, you're scanning to make sure that there's anything in the environment that might set them off, because you don't, you know, want that confrontation. And that is not healthy. And when you start, and I hear that, you know, when you start to not speak up and express what you need, and start to have anxiety and have depression and hopelessness and self-doubt, and you know, those are, that's narcissistic abuse. That's what it feels like for so many people.
Well, I know Bobby is over there probably going, oh my gosh, I resonate with almost everything you just said, and I'm I'm going to I want to comment on something that you said about not ever being able to do anything right. And there's I call it the hover effect. Like, there's always a hovering, like they're watching to see if you're doing it properly, and then sometimes they end up going, forget it, I'll just do it myself. And I know that was something that I lived with, and we've had so many of our community members talk about the hover effect from their narcissist, like the watching, and like it causes that paranoia that you were mentioning. And Bobby jumped in on here any time, but I wanted to, you know, I just wanted to.
I can't hear hardly anything.
Oh no, we can hear you perfect. We hear you perfect.
Really?
Yeah. So, and there's no scratchy or anything. You just sound amazing. So, but Bree, I wanted, you mentioned something that there's like an anxiety right before they come home, and you're going around the house and you're trying to do the dishes really super quick and make sure the counters are all wiped and make sure the bed is made and make sure this and make sure the trash and make sure so that there's nothing that's, you know, it pinged me so deep when you said that, because bless my husband's heart, he is so patient, and he's never ever been abusive, not once ever. But that level of paranoia, and the level of my belief that I must be so completely incompetent and nothing I ever do is right, and I better make sure the house is perfect and everything needs to be perfect, like, that still resides in me. It is my autopilot. It is my cruise control, that I don't even have to push the cruise control button, because the cruise control button that does all those things pushes the cruise control button for me. That's how cruise control automatic response that is. If I know my husband's going to be coming home, and he's never even, he goes, why are you doing that? You don't have to, who cares if the bed's made? It's fine. Like, it takes 2 seconds. What are you, it's okay. But it's so
Ingrained.
Ingrained and left over. Oh my gosh. I just want you all to know out there, you're not alone. You're not.
I
Seriously.
feel for you. I know that when the narcissist that I was with moved out, and I'm not kidding, I felt a mixture of feelings. One was intense relief. The other one was sadness, of course. But the next morning, the first morning, I walked down my stairs with such a weight lifted off my shoulders that I could barely feel the stairs underneath my feet. And I'm not kidding you. That anxiety, that your autopilot, oh, it was until I went to the kitchen and started filling up the dog bowls with water and food. Then I got that PTSD, that voice, I was triggered, and I got angry because I could hear the criticisms, that how I wasn't, doing it right. And that took a long time for those to fade away. But every time, I would go to the dish, fill up the dishwasher, or wash the dishes, or cut an avocado, or who cares what it was, I would hear a voice, not mine, his, telling me that there was a better, more correct way. And it's something I had never experienced before. That is not what happens during a healthy breakup. You do not have those feelings after a healthy breakup with a healthy person. You don't experience that. So,
talk about food issues. Let's talk about food right now, because I know we've briefly touched on this before, but part of the abuser and the abuser's control is, now us as humans, we have some basic needs, right? We need food, we need water, we need clothing, we need love and acceptance, we need shelter. So speak to the very basic needs that the abuser uses to hoard over us, or lord over us, or uses to control and manipulate and make us completely 1,000% dependent upon them. Would you speak to that a bit?
Yes, definitely. I think food is definitely a major way that they exert their control and make you completely dependent upon them. I've heard from other people that they will starve you out and tell you can't eat when you're hungry, and then force you to eat when you're not hungry. And, so they're basically dictating, so you're forced to not honor your own, internal hunger cues. They're telling you when you're hungry, when you're not. Or they will be very, just with, I was kind of like, you ate the last of something. Or, I grew up with food is, to be shared, and you nurture with food, and anybody who comes to your house, you just, have whatever you like. But it was very interesting living with somebody who wasn't like that, who was very, if there's 3 people in this house, then there's going to be, everybody only gets a third, and if I don't eat my third, I'd rather let it rot than have either you or somebody else eat it. It was very weird, and I think it's a way to control a basic, we nurture, food is nurture. That's how, mothers nurture babies. We feed them, and I think ways to brainwash people is what? You take away, you starve them, you tell them when they're hungry, you tell them when they're not hungry, you isolate them. And I think it's just one more way they exert their complete dominance, like Richard was saying.
Yeah. Hey, Bobby, do you have any questions for Bree?
I think she just brought up a really good point about the isolation. And like our childhood sexual abuse, I think so much of that comes from our shame. And the more ashamed that we get, the more that we withdraw and isolate. And we become ashamed, first of all, because we've allowed this person to control us, right? We've gone into the relationship voluntarily. And so, of course, the fact that we're there when feeling this, we assume that's part of our fault, and that makes us more ashamed. And they try and isolate us, and that makes us more ashamed, and we're more ashamed. For the first 2 years of my marriage, I wasn't allowed to have a key to our house.
Wow.
It's all about them having power and keeping us from going places, keeping us from doing things. And it kicks in that shame. I mean, who doesn't have a key to their own home,
I didn't.
You didn't either?
Well, it's interesting that you bring up the key to the house thing, Bree. Jump on in here anytime. Because I remember sharing this with you previously, Bobby, and I don't know if I've shared this on any of our episodes, so I wanted to share it briefly. When I got into a dating relationship after my son's dad and I broke up, he decided that after we went to lunch one day, he was going to swing by his mom's house. And he was walking up and going to search for some sort of extra key or something, which I think I knew we had an extra key at my house or whatever growing up, but he was just going to let himself in to his mom's house. And it was like a house where he lived when he was younger, so like it was his house. But I was literally, I think I almost peed myself. And I know that it's humiliating to say that, but the terror, and I didn't even put all the pieces together until obviously 20 years later, but the terror that I felt of what would happen if we entered that house and his mom came home and we were there unannounced. I mean, I was physically shaking, and he was like, "What is wrong with you? Like, just come inside." I'm like, I wanted to stay outside. I didn't want to be in the house for if she came home and I was in her home, like unannounced or something. I mean, I was 22 years old, you guys, and I am telling you, I don't know if you all can relate to anything like that, but I mean, I didn't even understand where that came from. To me, it was preposterous and crazy that he would ever think he could enter someone's house that wasn't his own house, like without permission or just going in. And like, I guess he must have come from a healthy family where everybody just sort of, you go in and grab yourself a glass of milk, and I mean, that's what he did. He went in and got milk and cookies. He went inside and poured milk and I'm like, he went and got out food out of the refrigerator.
And he didn't have to ask, right? And he didn't even have to ask.
I am telling you that it was terrifying for me. And I'm thinking about it right now, having a visceral response, just thinking about it, because it's just so deeply, deeply, deeply ingrained. So, yeah, just tagging on what Bobby said. Bree, I would love for you to share, Bree, if you could. I had a question like in the forefront of my mind that I wanted you to share on, and for some reason it slipped my mind when Bobby and I were talking with you. It went back to something that you mentioned in the story that you were sharing just a moment ago. And that is this. If you could share with our audience the lasting effects of abuse and how we sort of show up in the world differently, how we think about ourselves differently, the inside, the self-talk that goes on after you've been in a toxic relationship. So if someone here is finding us for the very first time on our channel and they're watching, they think that they're in a perfectly healthy relationship, they're not really sure. But what are some telltale self-talk narratives that happen in our own minds, or what we say to ourselves if we have been in an abusive relationship or a toxic relationship, what do those self-talk narratives sound like, and then what should we replace those with? I know that's a long, drawn-out question, but I know you get the gist of it, girl.
Well, if you realize you've been in an abusive relationship, the self, the one thing I think so many of us, say is, how did we let this happen? How come we put up with it? Why did we put up with it for so long? Why did we, when we started to kind of realize something was off, when our, why did we allow it to go on longer? There's so many layers of emotions after you realize that you have been in this kind of relationship, and it's really it's jumbled, and it's hard to process, because you're searching for it's like you're searching for answers, but you can't find the answers, because it's true. We're trying to make sense of people who don't think like us, and they operate from a completely different place. And so we're trying to make sense of their actions and the way they treated us from our own perception and our own views and our own ways of thinking. And we can't, and we drive ourselves nuts, and it's hurtful, because we just like, well, how could they do that? How could they have said that? How could they have done that to me or treated me like that? Or there is no answer, because they're operating from such a different place. And then I think that's what propels everybody to kind of really research NPD and really understand it, because I think once you do understand it, then you can sort of not take it as personally, as far as their actions, because it's like it has really nothing to do with you. It's who they are, and they'll do it with anybody. It just happened to be to you. And then the next thing, I think the next layers a lot of people deal with, well, then I guess it was all fake. Here I thought I was in love, and, I really felt like I was in love, and there were some really good times, and now it was all an act. And you've got to grieve that, because, ouch, that hurts. You were just lied and duped, and you fell in love with somebody who you realize never really loved you, who didn't have the capacity to love you. So I think that's another layer that, there's so many layers to process. And then those are the main things that I hear, was like, was it ever really real? Did he ever or she ever really love me? What and it's just really,
so
really
what is your response to that? Like, if that's one of the things that I think many people, myself included, struggle with, especially if their abuser was someone who was a family member or whatever. And I know that you were speaking mostly to people who have gotten into relationships with narcissists as adults, which I definitely want to stay on topic. For those of our viewers that were born into narcissistic families, or families of people who are psychopaths or sociopaths, or just that cluster B that we always talk about. So is there a way, can you comment on that, or like how deep that goes, or what would your response be to someone sitting in your office in your private practice if they were to say, did they ever really love me? I mean, they were my husband, they were my best friend, they were, I'm their daughter, I'm their son. And again, it's us, like, we have glasses on, our own glasses, and we're seeing things. We don't have glasses from the Planet Narco. So what would you say to a client that is just beside themselves, weeping and gushing and just irreparable at this moment, completely falling apart, saying, did they really just never love me? What would that response be? What would your response be to that client?
That's a really good question. I guess there's different ways to look at it. To make sense of the abuse, to make sense of how they treated you, to me, the only way to make sense of it is no, they didn't love you. Because anybody who loved you would not have treated you like that. It's very hurtful. But that kind of acceptance also was, I think, what sets a lot of people free. It's that's not love, and people who, but I've heard other, like Sam Vaknin, he says, he loves his wife to the degree that he can love. He loves how he can love. So there's different ways you can look at it. They may love you to their capacity, which, isn't nearly, close to our capacity or how we define love. And but for me, it was easier to accept how I was treated by just accepting I wasn't loved. I was an object. And I was a means to an end. And I was an extension of this person. And it was hurtful, and I had to grieve, what I thought was reality, and I had to grieve all of that. But in the end, it sort of helped me realize it's not personal. And, that's who they are. That's their capacity. So I don't know, how to answer that, because what coming from a relationship with a spouse or a boyfriend or a girlfriend, or I think it would be a different feeling if it was your parent or sibling, or
yeah. And a lot of times, like with a lot of the abuse survivors that Bobby and I get the privilege of working with, it is a sibling, or it is a spouse, or it is a parent, or it is the boyfriend. It's someone that's very, very close to us, obviously, but it does go deeper when it's a family member, and you sort of feel like perhaps they just love you by proxy, because hello, we were all raised, at least in my generation, of the whole blood is thicker than water. Well, they're family. Like, hello, they're family. Like, that's the response to everything. Like, I'll never forget sitting in the waiting room at the hospital when my son had meningitis, and he was just coming out of quarantine, and I had flown from Hawaii to go be there, and I'm in the waiting room at the hospital for my son who almost died of meningitis, and I had a family member there who was being abusive toward me, and his sibling said, well, he doesn't mean it. He's family. I'm like, what is this crazy making? Do you have a lot of people that schedule an appointment with you, Bree? And I know Bobby can probably speak to this, volumes and volumes and volumes, and jump in, jump in, Bobby. I miss you.
No, I'm sorry. I can't. I'm hearing about a quarter of all the words that are said. So it's really hard.
Sorry.
I'm so sorry.
But I guess the question I'm trying to ask is, like, isn't there a percentage? What is the percentage of people that come to you, Bree, that scheduled the appointment just to tell you, okay, this is what happened. Is this normal? Am I crazy? Is this normal? Am I crazy? Like, how often do you have someone sitting in front of you in your chair, and Bobby, you as a therapist,
Yeah.
Is this normal? Like
All the time.
one of you answer, because I know I get it quite often. Like when I meet with clients.
I'd say probably 100%
Yeah.
of the clients who sit in front of me say that, and they think they're crazy because of all the mind trickery that was done to them. And we spend a lot of time with them saying, okay, now look at this. Tell me, is this crazy? No, that's not crazy. That, you know, that's this. That's their fault. Wait, okay, now that they just pulling, like they have all these little slips of paper in their pockets, you know, that they've been saving of all these moments their entire life, of these things that happened with their abuser who denied their reality and did the gaslighting and all the mind tricks. And, you know, over the course of time, we're just pulling out all these little pieces of paper with these examples of, okay, and then he did this. Is that right? Was it me or was it him? And I'll say it was him. Okay. You know, like Richard talked about earlier, it's so important that we can name it as abuse and that we can call an abuser, because until we recapture our capacity to determine reality and to determine what was abusive and what wasn't, it's really hard to heal. We've got to tackle that piece. Boy, you know, we hear that so often, Athena, our reality, our truth being minimized, and that is a huge roadblock in recovery.
Exactly. On my forum, I think that is one of the things that most people comment is, I'm so happy to have found this forum. I realize I'm not crazy. I realize that there's, you know, sadly, I realize that there's other people in the same boat as me. And although I'm sad for that, I'm happy because it makes me feel like I'm not alone. So absolutely, all the things that go on, you do doubt your own, you know, reality, and that's the scary part. And then you do wonder, you know, am I seeing this right? Maybe it is me. Maybe I'm, you know, and that's exactly their agenda. And that's exactly, you know, what was supposed to happen. And so to talk with other people who've experienced it, who understand it and who get it, and who can validate you and say, it's not you, you know, you're not crazy. I went through the same thing. It's abuse. You know, it is empowering. It's healing, and it's so important.
I think.
Yeah, we talked about that a couple weeks ago in one of our hangouts for our sexual abuse survivors about the importance of validation. You know, how do you go forward with your recovery when your family, when your abuser, when they all deny your reality and they don't want to admit that you were abused or that there is an abuser in the family, and they'd rather ostracize you or throw you outside of the family boundaries instead. And then where do you get your validation? Because you have no witnesses to stand and say, yeah, I saw that, and you're right, that was abusive. And that's why Athena and I harp on or nag on or say over and over again, it's so important that you be in community with other survivors of abuse, because we will give you that validation that you are not getting from your family, and you're certainly not getting from your abuser. You know, they're going to tell you all day long there's nothing wrong with them, it's all you. So, yeah, community is so important. Being with other survivors, being in support groups, that's a vital part of recovery because it gives us that validation.
I think without community, and I know we've said this, you and I have said this a lot, Bobby, and Bree, we've mentioned this to you before. We firmly believe that without boundaries, without healthy boundaries, it is absolutely impossible to recover from abuse. You have to have interpersonal boundaries. Just as Richard was describing, when you get infantile and your wound never, ever, ever, ever heals, you have to have skin to heal a wound, just as you have to have boundaries, healthy boundaries, in order to heal from any type of abuse. I guess my next question for you, Bree, and for you, Bobby, jump in at any time. I want to ask you to speak on the topic of privacy. And for those people out there that have experienced a breach in their privacy from their abuser, and it's masked and coded and labeled as 25 other things other than an invasion of their privacy. Almost every single survivor that I have worked with has privacy issues. I'm trying to think of, I almost was trying to think of names. This is obviously anonymous, but privacy issues. Would you speak on the topic of privacy? And again, it's something that's a very basic need, like food, water, clothing, shelter. I feel that we as human beings deserve to go to the bathroom in private. We deserve to relieve ourselves and eliminate our waste in private. We deserve to shower or dress in private. And I'm talking children and adults, okay? Because we deal a lot with adults who are survivors of childhood sexual abuse, and there's typically an element of narcissistic abuse that's involved with the sexual abuse that happened. Can you speak to the topic of privacy and how it's used to manipulate or violate and just validate all of our amazing people out there that have had their privacy violated? Can you just talk to them?
It's a really good point. You know, narcissists don't have boundaries, and they will invade your boundaries because they don't really see you as a separate person. You are just an extension of them. So like you said, you know, it's not uncommon that they'll just barge in when you're in the bathroom. But that's okay because we're in love. If it's a loving romantic relationship, even if it's a parent-child relationship, there should be respect and boundaries there. You know, it doesn't matter that I'm your parent. I should still give you the respect to knock. Or it doesn't matter, you know, we're romantic partners. You deserve that respect. I should knock. But they will barge in. They'll go through your things. They'll go through your computer. They'll go through, you know, when you're not home, they're snoopy. They'll snoop in everywhere. They'll read your stuff. And, you know, even... You know, kind of in hindsight, I remember having conversations with the narcissist I was with, and he would ask me these questions like, you know, what's your mother's maiden name? what street did you grow up on? And it wouldn't be all in one day. It was just like over time. But you can see where I'm getting at, right? You can see where I'm going with this. What's your social security number? And it's like, then he would repeat it back to me, like as he loved me so much that, look, I've taken the time to memorize your social security number and your mother's maiden name and the street you lived on. And all these questions that, you know, later on I'm like, oh, wow, you could really break into my computer if you wanted to. Just a complete invasion of boundaries and privacy, and in no respect for you being a separate person. You know, you are really, they don't see it. You are an extension of them. You're there to serve their needs, and it's you know, one really good example I have, and then Bobby, you know, curious what you have to say, is that when we would go out and people would say, oh, you know, they would compliment me on my hair, or when we were together, before I could even open my mouth, he would say, thank you. And I thought, God, that's really odd. You know, the compliment was for me. Why is he saying thank you? And, you know, really it's because I was an extension of him. And he was thanking the person for complimenting him, because I really just was part of him. I didn't exist. So I don't know if you had a similar experience with that, or...
So much is coming up for me right now. I mean, every piece of mail I ever received was already opened. Any accomplishment I ever had, the credit was taken away and given to my abuser. Well, of course you did good at that, right? Bobby, I want you to talk about this. Privacy, invasion of privacy as a form of abuse. Bobby, take it away.
You know, I think being stripped of our privacy is part of their way to strip us of our dignity, especially when it comes down to, you know, privacy issues around our body. You know, I could never close the bathroom door. If I did close the bathroom door, it didn't matter because it would get opened, you know, anytime that they saw fit to do it. You know, I couldn't, but of course, they, on the opposite side of it, they could always lock the doors. My abuser had locked foot lockers, you know, like you would get like in the military, and they would be at the bottom of your bed. Tons of those full, and they were all padlocked. But if I had something, you know, that I wanted to be stored away on my own, I wasn't allowed. And so I think it's some way of, a part of a way of stripping us of our humanity, because when we have our humanity, then we remember to question, or we might strive to be, you know, a real and separate person. Like Bree was talking about, there are no boundaries. A narcissist wants no boundaries. He wants to have constant access to you. He or she wants to have constant access to you 24/7, any part of you. And when we try and set up a boundary because we realize we're human and we deserve it, then that infuriates them. And so having dignity is something that leads us to feeling human, which leads us to trying to set a boundary. And if they take away all the things that make us feel human, then it's much easier for them to get what they want. You know?
Yeah, absolutely. Oh my goodness. I was trying to locate just now the graphic that you sent us, so that we could, if we needed to step away for just a moment, we would be able to pull up the graphic. Oh my goodness. Yeah, the taking away of the privacy, I know that I've mentioned this on previous Hangouts, and the way you coined it, Bobby, the way you said it a moment ago, it's stripping us of our humanity. I'll never forget just the times that, you know, I was never allowed to have a lock on the door. Like, in every abusive relationship that I was ever in, there was never a lock on the door. I wasn't allowed to have a door lock. I literally grew up thinking that, you know, in order to have a lock on a door, you had to go to the hardware store and you had to purchase a lock to put up. That doors didn't come with locks. That was my reality. It wasn't until I got to be much older and I got my own very first apartment, and I was shocked to see that there were locks on the doors. And I thought to myself at the time, because I was young, I was 18, 19 years old, they must have spent a lot of money to make sure that all these doors had locks on them. Like, my goodness. You know, this is just something that's a very basic thing in society, in the world. I mean, obviously not in third world countries, but in first and second world countries, there are locks. Like, even in third world countries, which I've been to, when you go to use a restroom, they have a little makeshift thing that they've fashioned to lock the door where you go to the restroom, even though it's made out of sticks and stuff. Like, there are locks. So anyway, it's just these little light bulbs that go off for a lot of our survivors. They don't have privacy. They're not allowed to have a lock on their bedroom door. They're not allowed to close the door when they go to the restroom. They're not allowed to shower without someone yelling through the door. I'd be interested in hearing from you, Bree, and from you, Bobby, if your abusers ever talked to you or yelled through the door while you were showering or while you were in the restroom, if you happened to be doing something that was not with them. I'd be interested in hearing a comment about this, because it is way more common than we know, and no one's talking about this stuff, you guys. No one's talking about the fact that a lack of privacy is actually abuse. No one's talking about this that I know of. I've been doing research, so I'd be interested in hearing both of your comments if you have any.
Well, for me, I know if I was in the shower, he would just come in and open the door and start talking to me. If I didn't want that to be happening, what's wrong with you? You should feel comfortable. It was put back on me instead of being like, oh, okay, you're in the shower, I'll let you finish. And it was put back on me. There must be something wrong with you that you don't want me. You must be insecure about your body. You must, it was always something put back on me, and it's just the way, like you said, it's just respect, and what Bobby said, it's to really show you, I'm not giving you any. You are an object. I can do what I please. I can come in when you're in the bathroom. When you're taking a shower, I'm just going to open the door, even though you're telling me don't. I'm cold. Please close it. It's total disrespect. But when you bring it up, you're told you just don't love me. If you love me, then you would feel comfortable around me. It wouldn't bother you. You would talk to me. You're just showering. We're a couple. What's the big deal? So it's always kind of turned around and the blame is placed back on you. And at the time, you're thinking, well, maybe it is me. Maybe I, because that's who we are. We're the kind of people that will self-reflect, and we will take responsibility and accountability, and so we will think, well, maybe, let me think about that. Maybe it is something with me, or maybe they've touched on something. Maybe we aren't completely 100% comfortable with our bodies all the time. Who is? So maybe there is. So they did attack a little piece of us that was true. So that's, I definitely agree. There's no room for boundaries. You're a complete extension.
How about you, Bobby?
Yeah. I think you said something that was really important, Bree. You made the comment that we are an extension of them, and we don't, there are no boundaries, and everything that we need, we're not seen as a human, we're seen as an object that's set there to fulfill what they need and desire. And we have to remember that. I know that when I talk with my therapist sometimes, and I come in and I tell her some of the things that he's done, and she says, you keep expecting him to act like a normal human being. You need to stop that. Because I'm just baffled by some of the things that he comes up with, because it doesn't even come into my logical brain. But we have to let go of the expectation that they will respond in a way that we ever see as reasonable or are able to understand at all, and rather than just being perfectly baffled by what they say, because that is so common. Would it help? I have a couple of slides, you guys, that talk about the diagnostic criteria or the symptoms of someone who's a narcissist. Do you think that would help for us to take a look at that? Okay.
Yes, I absolutely feel that would be helpful. How about you, Bree? I think we're going to pull up some slides.
That sounds good.
Let's take a look at that, because I think,
you're going to present to all, right? You're gonna bring up the slides and click present to all. I'm gonna step away. I'm gonna step away just to get some water and come right back.
Okay.
And so that I can be I really want to hear everything and be a part of everything. I have to step away just for a couple seconds.
I understand. We've been here a couple hours so far. Let's take a look at this. Okay. So these are some of the criteria. This is the new criteria, okay? The American Psychiatric Association, the medical community get together every few years, and they decide what different psychiatric diagnoses are appropriate, what needs to be changed after new research that's been done. And they sit down and they decide what diagnoses are valid and what does someone have to do in order to fit that diagnosis. So the newest criteria, and this came out in 2013, it's called the DSM, so the Diagnostic and Statisticians Manual. So it is literally the Bible by which the psychological, psychiatric, and medical community go to in order to diagnose someone with a mental illness. And so this is what they decided in 2013 is the most accurate description of a narcissist. And and this one is, I'll warn you right now up front, it's kind of confusing. So after this, we'll go over and we'll look at the old definition and you'll be able to see it and understand it more clearly. But let's take a look at this one. Basically, in order to be defined or diagnosed with narcissistic personality disorder, you have to have impairments in two areas. And the first is an impairment in self-functioning. Okay, that's an impairment in how I operate, how I see the world, and how I see myself, and how I perceive my own behaviors and feelings. That's what self-functioning means. And then impairments in interpersonal relationships, that means impairments in how I relate with other people. Okay, so when we have an impairment in our self-functioning and we're a narcissist, we have an impairment, first of all, in our own identity. Okay, and that means that we look to others for our own self-esteem and our own self-definition. And that's why a narcissist becomes so upset when their self-esteem, when something that they've declared to be true, I'm the best person in the whole company at my job. And you say, well, what do you mean? You know, how come you got a bad performance review 2 months ago? And they'll fight with you till their dying breath that that's not what happened and deny that reality, because their whole outlook of themselves hinges on other people's perceptions and behavior of them. They have absolutely no internal capacity to define themselves and their self-esteem. And the next piece is there is an exaggerated self-appraisal that vacillates between extremes. Okay, that means that my interpretation of myself, if I'm a narcissist, my interpretation of myself is either low, 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 or it's high, high, high. People, when you get the concept of a narcissist, many people think they're always thinking they're the best ever. But there are some narcissists that if you challenge them, they will go into the exact opposite, which is, yes, you're right, I'm just dirt, you've hated me the whole time, I'm just going to go out and kill myself. In a relationship that I had, every time that I would challenge, he would fall into, it's true, I am lower than dirt, I'm going to go kill myself. And then 30 minutes later, I would get a text that says, you know, I'll name this person Joe that I was in this relationship. I get a text that said, this is Joe's mother. I thought you'd want to know he just killed himself. And I would just leave it, and then of course, you know, 15 minutes later, 20 minutes later, he'd come back and say, you know, I'm still here, I'm still waiting for you to apologize. And it would happen time and time and time and time and again, which of course there's no use in confronting that behavior, because, you know, as we've talked about, when you're in a relationship with a true narcissist, you will never be right. So they either think they're the best things in the whole wide world, or they think they're the worst person in the whole wide world. It goes between the two extremes. And then they have fluctuations in emotional regulation. Okay? That means they are not good at regulating their own emotions. They can go from angry, angry, angry to absolutely desperate, being in despair. They can go from extreme joy, extreme happiness, that grandiose happiness, everything is fantastic, my life is perfect, nobody's as good as I am, to you know, being completely unhappy and depressed. My life is horrible, it's never going to get any better, and it's your fault, or it's so-and-so's fault, or it's so-and-so's fault. So their emotions can be all over the place. And again, there's nothing that you can do to help this person to get a handle on their emotions. And then the other major area of impairment of self-functioning is in self-direction. Okay, so goals that they set are always based on others' approval. All right, they have a big meeting at work and boss says, I really want to congratulate Sarah. Last month she sold 100 widgets. Well, from that point on, the narcissist goal is going to be measured against what Sarah did, because their boss told them that that was the best. And so their whole world now rotates around selling more than 100 widgets. That's how they set their goals. Someone else sets the standard, someone else is giving out approval, so that's what they'll do. So their standards are either set too high based on how important they are, whoops, typo, sorry, or too low based on entitlement. Okay, we've talked a little bit about I'm the best person in the world, and therefore I expect to get the best in the world. That's an attitude of entitlement. Okay.
I had accidentally muted myself, and I forgot to unmute myself. I wanted to comment on one of the things that you had just mentioned.
Absolutely, throw it in there.
Oh, thank you. It was the whole what you were mentioning about what does so and so think, like
right.
what somebody
yes.
else has done. Is that requires excessive admiration, or which line are we on when you were talking about that? Because I walked away for a moment and then I came back.
Their opinion of themselves. Mm-hmm. So other references for self-esteem and self-definition rely on others. That's the first part of the identity piece.
Okay. Awesome. Okay, the reason, okay, I remember my abuser over and over and over. It was almost like it was the way every single conversation would go. So what does so-and-so think of that? Oh,
yes.
So is so-and-so really, really happy with your performance at
yes.
work? Oh,
yes.
So what does so-and-so think? Is he really happy with you? So what does so-and-so say about your goals and accomplishments? Oh, what does so-and-so have to say about the project you're working on, or what? Or oh, how does so-and-so like your hair? Did so-and-so like the way you did your makeup?
Yes. Yes.
Over it. It's like it's a broken record. It's the
right.
only conversation that was almost able to be even had.
Right. Because they have hung their hat on that other person's approval, and that's all they know. That's the only standard they know to set, because they don't have any standards inside themselves. You know what I mean?
It's just so foreign.
It is. It's so foreign. And I thought what was interesting in this next line, they talked about the attitude of entitlement. And I think we're more used to seeing standards set too high because they're important. So therefore, everything has to be perfect. I told you it needs to be perfect. It needs to be perfect. Whereas for some narcissists, you'll see the flip side. Well, I don't have to do anything because I'm the best person here, and you need to do everything. So they don't try to reach for any kind of standard themselves because their attitude is they're perfect, they're the most important, therefore you have to do everything.
Or they even justify it even further, Bobby. But they say, I did this, and this my entire life, and now guess what? I don't have to do that anymore. Now you need to do that. I spent my whole life doing this for everybody else, and now it is your turn. I've spent my whole life doing that. I don't have to do it anymore. I'm entitled to a break. because everybody gets a hall pass for life, right?
Right, right.
I missed that line. I didn't stand in line to get the damn hall pass for life. I must have been the only person that didn't stand in that damn line because of course, when they were handing out hall passes for life, I had to miss out on that day.
Right.
I was absent.
Right.
My bad.
Right. So her childhood, his childhood, gives them a free pass. They have one tiny little rough patch anywhere, and it somehow entitles them to, like you said, a hall pass for the rest of their life. But, you know, we didn't get the hall pass.
No, I missed that. You know, I missed the memo.
And furthermore, we don't give ourselves a hall pass. Even if we had that choice, even if we had stood in that line, we would look at that hall pass and go, that's not right. That isn't right.
Everybody else has to attend life. Why do I get off? That's not right.
Exactly. We have a sense of justice.
More than me. Someone else needs this more than me. I better go give it to someone.
Exactly. We don't. They don't have that. I think this is interesting because the very next line under self-direction is little insight into their own motivations. And we have talked about this today, and you're going to hear us keep talking about this in terms of narcissists, is the lack of insight. They do not get it. You cannot sit down and ask them what it is that motivates them to do what they do. They don't have it. And it's one of the most difficult things when you try and have a logical conversation, reasonable conversation with a narcissist. It's not going to work because they have no insight. And as a therapist, I know one of the things that I was taught, and I've certainly seen in my practice, is that it is impossible to have any kind of therapeutic process with someone who has no insight. It's just not going to happen. Bree, do you see that?
How about you, Miss Bree?
Pardon me, I couldn't hear that last part.
The concept of insight and the fact that narcissists don't really have any insight into what makes them tick or why they behave the way they do. And I was talking about having been taught as a therapist that it's almost impossible to do therapy with someone who has no insight.
Oh, exactly. They can't. They're so, you know, have so many defenses that you can't do any therapy. They're not willing to kind of break open. I don't know if it's even possible at this point. That they've been kind of doing it for so long that they've built these, you know, really strong defenses around their self, their true self, which doesn't really have an identity, which is full of shame, and that's why they project the grandiosity. And if somebody doesn't have any insight, who's not willing to take a look at themselves in a real way, in a deep and meaningful way, that there's no way for change to happen.
No, there's not. And I think one of the most valuable things that I learned from Richard's video, and you brought this up earlier, Athena, is the fact that when you pull back the curtain and you really look, you know, narcissists have spent their lives building this incredible wall around themselves. And if you can kind of envision it like a castle, I mean, bricks and bricks and bricks and layers and layers and layers, and then of course no one gets in. But when if you finally do get in, or you finally pull back the curtain on that guy who's doing the voice behind the big, great, wise Wizard of Oz, it's really just a frightened little man. So they build this brick wall around something like it's gold. You know, you kind of expect to pull back the curtain and see, you know, angel wings and a halo. But the reality is that what they're protecting so hard is a very, very flawed and
fragile, very fragile.
Yes, fragile and dysfunctional human being. So for them to realize that, to have insight into that, is so scary. And it's so frightening that that's why the walls are so strong. And the more someone tries to chip away at the walls, the thicker and the higher they build them.
Or the more annoyed they get.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
I think annoyed is probably an understatement.
So I'll never forget the way the conversation went down, and you both will understand this, and you'll resonate with this so clearly. I remember my abuser, this is probably about a year ago. Yeah, not that long ago. About a year ago, I want to say. They were doing their thing that they normally do, right? And this is obviously not my husband. This is obviously a family member that was one of my main abusers. And they had this habit of calling me on the phone and saying certain things that were the buttons, the instrument panel, right? And when the button that they pushed didn't produce the result that normally happened, there was almost a 3-year-old on the other end of the phone. Why are you so calm? How can you remain so calm? Was the response. And
yeah.
It's like, well, there's this, because what was happening was they started to open the door of the castle, right?
Right.
Like they only do for their supply. One who builds a castle around themselves can only build it with a door that works one way, and that's from the inside to open it just a crack so that their supply can come in. They need their supply. It's their drug. It's their cocaine. It's their heroin. It's their air that they breathe. They have to open up the door only to let their supply in. And when they choose to open up the door of their castle to let their supply in, and the supply stands there wagging its tail, calmly looking at a butterfly, they start screaming, "What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Why aren't you doing what I said? Why aren't you responding the way you normally would respond?"
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
I know that we have viewers right now that light bulbs are going off. I'm telling you. These are some light bulbs, you guys.
Bobby, is there a way you could take down the slide?
Yes.
Okay.
You want to see our faces, Bree?
Yes.
Yeah. Want me to help, Bobby, or no?
Nope, got it.
Cool.
Awesome. Thank you.
We wanted to look at you, Bobby. Yeah, there's something that happens, you guys. There's something that happens when you're in the midst of that toxic relationship, and there is, like we talk about quite often, just in our own private practices, we as colleagues talk about the dance. You know, it's the codependent dance, right? It's the dance that we do. Bobby, you and I talk about this quite often. There's always the same response. It's just you fall into your role. You play your role, right? So when we, as the object of the abuser, chooses to, I almost had Richard speak on this, but I wanted the three of us to be able to actually give some great illustrations. When we choose to be aware of what is going on and we call abuse abuse, and we actually don't respond with that same response, like the Greystone technique that Richard mentions in one of his videos, and like we were all three talking about the Greystone, that whole you're like this, you're level, you're not easily
no
triggered.
reaction.
No reaction. And what normally happens if it's someone that isn't sick and they're just a normal human being and you're having a normal whatever, there's not that violent response of, "What's wrong with you? Why aren't you doing what you normally do?" But if you're having someone say to you when you choose not to do the dance, when you miss your dance move, and you choose, "You know what? I'm not going to dance this time. I'm not going to dance this time." In fact, I realize I really don't like dancing. I don't really like dancing with you. I'm not gonna do this anymore. Sorry. Continue. Proceed. And when the response is this, why aren't you responding the way you normally do? Would both of you sort of like jump in here and discuss just some different examples of what maybe some people are going through? We have some people tweeting in.
I think the response. Oh, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, because obviously there's this dance. I mean, Bobby and I talk about the dance. Bree, I know that it's that common thing, especially as codependents, as empaths, whatever, as the object of someone else's abuse. There's a dance. You are programmed specifically to respond a certain way for as long as you're in the relationship. And the moment you shift, even for just a moment, it enrages them. So I would love for you guys to let's all have a discussion about that, and then we'll go into more techniques on, like Bobby has more slides, and we'll talk more about Greystone and just how survivors can actually, put themselves in a place of importance and honor themselves in this. What do you think, guys?
I wanted to say that I think that rage can also be expressed as guilt, like to try to guilt trip you. So sometimes it might not come off as why aren't you, saying what you normally say. It could come out as, you don't love me, you're not this enough, you're not, it can come out expressed in so many different ways, whatever it is that they know will trigger you to try to get that response. But definitely when you decide, and I think what really helps too is when you really come to realize that they are not operating from the same place we are, then you can disengage and you get out of doing that dance. I think we get stuck kind of in the dance because we keep thinking that there's part of them that's like us, or that they can, if we could just love them enough, or if we can just, be understanding enough, or try to accept them enough, or look at it from their perspective enough, they'll come around. But I think once we realize that really they won't, and they're not at all coming from they don't think like us, they don't operate like us. If anything, they're counterintuitive. The way that we would think to do something, they would do it the exact opposite. Is when we can kind of disengage and be healthier and have those boundaries. But I just wanted to make a point that it's not always, rage can look like different things. Rage can look like guilt tripping. Rage can look like all sorts of different tactics to get you to engage in their dance.
Yeah, that's definitely a good point. We have so much more content and so many more. We got a whole bunch of different slides that we're going to be doing some educational material. But we'll shift gears in about 20 minutes and go into the slides and go through our content for the entire last hour. But Bree, I wanted you to just, if you could, share with our audience how they can best, the people that are here on our YouTube channel that are not intimately familiar with the work that you do and the forum that you've been running for quite some time. Tell us a little bit about when you started your blog. Have you been surprised by the response? How can people best reach you? And what if someone lives in the Los Angeles area or the greater Southern California area, and they want to find either you and work with you, or maybe someone that also has a private practice that's similar? How would you recommend that they best get in touch with you, or should they just contact you on the forum? I mean, I know everybody can go to narcdiaries.com when the site's not down because of my server, but I might have to switch servers, you guys. But Bree, I would love for you to share just for about like the next 20 minutes or so, just any knowledge, like if you had one 20-minute like strategy session with a client that you knew just needed to gobble up as much information about narcissistic abuse, how to recognize it, what to do to put themselves as a priority, and how to recover and regain a sense of self and to sort of feel solid, as Richard was talking about. Could you just really put it into like fifth gear and just share with people what the best possible strategies and everything that you could possibly pour into them at this point? I know that's a lot of pressure, right? But I would love I just want you to share your expertise. I know there are people so hungry for this information, and as we're going to shift and we're going to go into educational and slides and going down and making sure that everybody has the content written down, and we're going to go through it towards the last hour, but I really want you to share everything you know that you're willing to share with us in the next 20 minutes or so.
Well, I get, you know, what I hear from a lot of people is after narcissistic abuse, they feel like they have no sense of identity. They feel like they have no sense of self-worth. They wonder how they're going to rebuild it, put the pieces back, you know, of their life together. Meanwhile, the narcissist has run off and is happy as can be. And it's even more painful and hurtful because they're feeling so down in the dumps and so broken. And I come from a perspective, and this is not a fact. This is just sort of my belief, that people attract people at their common level of woundedness. We really think about the narcissist. Not the grandiose version of themselves that they project onto the world, but the real core that's filled with insecurity, that's very fragile, that doesn't have a real sense of identity. When we meet the narcissist, and I hear this from a lot of people, they're like, I was happy, I was doing really good, I had a great life, and now I feel worthless, now I feel I have no identity, my life is not, you know, near as great as it was. But I just want to say that even though that's true, there was probably part of yourself that wasn't, I'm getting some interference, but there wasn't.
I can hear you really clearly. I know we lost Bobby. I'm sure I just texted her. I'm hoping that she's texting me back. We've had a lot of technical difficulties on this virtual summit, so I apologize. I don't know, or as Richard says, the interwebs have not been kind to us today. So I don't know what's going on with the interwebs. But I can hear you just fine, Bree. Please continue.
Okay. So I wanted to say that I really believe we do attract people at our common level of woundedness, and we really need to kind of take a look that even though our lives were better before they came along, what was missing? You know, did we really have? And like I said, this is not fact. This is my perspective. That I believe that really our sense of selves was not solid. Our self-esteem was not solid. Was it better? Yes. But was it solid to where it was impenetrable, to where it would not be able to be manipulated and projected? And no. And so what I would say is, you know, definitely I think learning about NPD is very important to the process of recovery, because it really helps you understand, and I think that's what most of us want. We want to just understand. But I think then we really have to pay attention, and as much as we learn about NPD, we need to kind of work on ourselves as well and really develop a solid identity so that nobody can ever, you know, tell us differently. You know, if we know who we are, and you know, fight to protect that, then we won't be susceptible to any kind of manipulation.
I resonate with that. I definitely would agree to your point, because even if it's a family member, like, again, like your Facebook page, your toxic relationship forum that is so valuable with all your thousands and thousands and thousands of people that are coming there and gobbling up all this knowledge, they're in adult relationships right now with people who are abusive.
Yes.
Many of them are like our community. Our communities overlap so in so many ways, because 100% of our community all across everywhere, they're all adult survivors of childhood sexual abuse or many different flavors of abuse. And their sense of self was not in a place that was strong enough to resist the temptation of being filled up or loved, because they have not been loved in so long because of when they were younger, and they were growing up in an environment that was not filled with love. It was filled with danger, and it was filled with violence, and so they didn't really, they were walking on eggshells, like you were talking about. They were on shaky ground. They were not, their sense of self was not an impenetrable force. And so now here they are 20, 30, 40, 50 years later, and they think they're doing fine. I get this in my private practice. I get this almost daily. I thought I was over this. I thought I was past this. I thought I had come farther in my recovery. Why am I back here again? I thought I already worked through this. Why am I going through this again? And the answer is in exactly what you just shared a moment ago. And that is, there was a part of you where your identity is kept, your identity as a human being. There is a part of your identity that was still looking to be filled up by the person that you allowed to abuse you. You didn't invite it on purpose. You didn't even know you were doing it. It was effortless. It was done through osmosis. It was like breathing. You had no idea. But there was a part of your identity that needed whatever that other person was willing to give you, which I would love for you to share on love bombing and all the different, like what we were talking about previously, because people need to be aware of this stuff. Bree, can you continue without me interrupting? Sorry, I just had to add to your point. It was
Thank you for adding, because it's definitely true. And you know, I guess with the love bombing, which is that, you know, very intense, over the top, but not so over the top, just enough to you know, kind of pull you in, flattery that that would make anybody feel good. I mean, who wouldn't feel good? But if you have a really rock solid sense of your identity, that love bombing might feel a little uncomfortable. For somebody to totally idealize you, like, you might think like, well, you don't really even know me yet. You know, it's only been a month. How can I be the perfect person for you? You really haven't gotten to know me. And but when we're not feeling completely rock solid with ourselves, when you know, we all have insecurities, and we all have different vulnerabilities, and they wax and wane over our lifetime. And sometimes we feel more secure than others. But maybe we've just come out of a bad relationship, or maybe, you know, we're grieving a loss, or maybe, you know, there's wounds from childhood, you know, where we're a little bit more vulnerable. Then we are very susceptible to that love bombing, making us, you know, feel so good that we are then actually kind of reliant on me for approval and for affirmation. So when it's taken away, we instinctually try to recover it. You know, no, I need to make you think I'm wonderful again, and you know, I'm going to bend over backwards and chase that carrot and do everything I need to do so I can get your, you know, approval and love. And all along, you know, it was a setup. And had we, if anything, after you've been abused, if you really take a good, just self-assessment of who you are, what your qualities are, your positive ones and your negative ones. Improve the negative ones and know the positive ones, so nobody can tell you differently. No, if somebody even tries to say, you're not a giving person, but you are, then anytime, you will not be susceptible to having those kind of projections work on you, or having those kind of manipulations work on you. And I think so that's part of what survivors really need to do, as much as they need to learn about NPD and support each other through these forums, and validate each other, which I think is key. They also really need to kind of, maybe through individual therapy, they can read books on boundaries, self-esteem, and developing, their sense of identity. But I think it's so important. I think that's really the protection that will ultimately kind of be what helps you not get back into these relationships or fall back into these relationships.
Definitely. What are some things that you met another person, you ran into somebody in a coffee shop. Let's say you were at Starbucks, or you went to Barnes and Noble and you saw an old girlfriend, a dear friend of yours that you'd known for years, was a colleague, and she shared with you that she had just gotten out of an abusive relationship, and she described it to you, and she was like, what do you think I should do? I just feel so lost. I feel hopeless. I feel like I can't do anything right. I mean, I'm coming home from work every day, and I'm checking behind the shower curtains. I'm feeling I feel like I'm going crazy. Everywhere I go, I'm afraid that they're going to be there. My thoughts are plagued. And I know myself pretty well. I'm probably in the middle of some sort of PTSD episode. I'm in a constant state of crisis. Like they're a colleague of yours. They sort of get it, but they're coming to you and they're saying, Bree, I thought I knew myself. I thought I was okay. I was rock solid in my faith. I was having really healthy friendships. I was starting to, really spend some time with myself, feel comfortable in my own skin. I really thought I was solid, but I just wasn't. And now I feel like I'm all the way back to square one, like I'm starting all over in my recovery. What should I do, Bree? What would you sitting there in Starbucks or sitting there at Barnes and Noble or whatever, what would you share with that girlfriend of yours or that colleague of yours? Like, gosh, if it was me, this is what I would do. These are the first actionable steps I would take so that I could really, and I know you already mentioned, you could read some books, watch some videos, you can definitely go to group therapy, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. What if all of that feels overwhelming to the person that you ran into? I've just been to so much therapy, and I've read every book there is, and I've subscribed to all these blogs, and I've watched all these YouTube channels, and I just feel so overwhelmed, and they're obviously in the state of complex PTSD where they're just flooded, right? So what if all of those steps feel overwhelming for your colleague, all the steps that you mentioned that are so solid and so good? What if you said, you know what? It's okay that you're overwhelmed. If it were me, the very first thing I would do, just if I can only do one thing, the very first thing I would do to feel better is this. What would you share?
Well, I tell people a lot, it's okay not to be okay. So I would give you permission it's okay not to be okay. It's just let yourself not be okay. And it's okay to not like where you're at, the feelings you're feeling, the circumstances or situations of your life, but just sit in acceptance. Just sit with it, and don't try to force it or change it or wish it could be any different than it is. Try to just get to a point okay, this is it, and just accept it. And, you know, really baby steps. I'm the kind of person that'd be like, call me every day and I'll walk you, I'll help you, you know, to, you know, give you that encouragement. I'll be your cheerleader, and, you know, we'll process what you're going through. But, I mean, I take a real holistic approach, and depending upon what the symptoms are, I'm really, you know, I'm a therapist, I'm in this field, I'm not against medication. I am absolutely for antidepressant medication, and you know, I know a lot of people don't want to, you know, I don't want to have to take medication, and I don't want to go that route, but you know, stress, post-traumatic stress, depression, anxiety, it changes your body chemistry, and it wreaks havoc on your body chemistry. And I believe in doing everything in your power, you know, like that fight that Richard was talking. We need to fight. You need, this is serious damage. This is soul damage. It's spiritual damage. It's this kind of abuse is really soul shattering. If you've been through it, I don't have to explain it. You know what it feels like, and you have to do everything in your power to fight it. And so I would go from all fronts. I would consider medication and antidepressants to really help with the obsessive thoughts, depression, the anxiety, because you can't function, you cannot find the strength if you're riddled with anxiety and depression and obsessive thoughts. How do you even move from A to B? So even if it helps 10, 20, 30%, that's a lot, and that could actually get you to just make that little shift that you need. So that's one thing I would recommend. Talk to your doctor. Don't feel ashamed. Don't feel, you know, I shouldn't have to go on medication. I should be stronger than that. I was really trying to, you know, I hear a lot of that, and I get it, but I look at it, it's like, why not do everything in your power? This is serious. This is serious abuse to your psyche, to everything, and you need every bit of help you can get. So that would be those would be my first steps. And it's okay not to be okay. Allow yourself to have those days where you're just not okay, and you know, those are the days you can reach out to a supportive friend, or, you know, a group, or, you know, a private group, or, you know, a forum. And those, you know, they can give you what it will, that encouragement, that support, that validation, maybe be your cheerleader to help you kind of just get through the day. Just get through to tomorrow, because tomorrow's a new day, and you will feel better. And healing is a process, and it's a process of, you know, it's not like every day you heal. You might take 3 steps forward and 1 step back, and 5 steps forward and 2 steps back, but as long as you're moving forward, you know, and you feel yourself moving forward, then that's good. What about you, Bobby? I know.
You know, I tell my clients sometimes that a victory is a day when even you're just holding your ground.
Mm-hmm.
You know, some days it's not easy, you can't move forward. But just standing your ground, that requires an awful lot of hard work sometimes. And I want to echo what you talked about, the medication, Bree. And I want to let everybody know, you know, I take 3 different psychiatric meds. And that's what I need to not sink into a depression so deep that I want to die. I had a hard time going back on them after my divorce, but my depression got so bad I thought, oh, I don't want to do medication again. Medication means I'm weak. It means I haven't done my work. It means all these horrible judgments about myself. But I did it, and it truly, it saves my life.
Mm-hmm.
And I probably more than likely will have to take medication for the rest of my life because of all the damage that the abuse has done to my brain. My brain isn't capable of producing enough, norepinephrine and serotonin to keep the depression at bay, and that's okay. It doesn't mean I'm a bad person. It doesn't mean I'm a weak person. It doesn't mean my character is flawed. It means that I underwent some abuse that was horrific for a long period of time, and I need this medication in order to stay alive. I mean, the stigma is terrible, and I hate it. And people say this all the time, but I'll say it again. If a diabetic sat down in front of us and said, I don't really want to take my medication anymore because I think there's something wrong with me, I should be able to just produce enough insulin, just by pure thought of will alone. And we would never shame them for taking medication.
Of course we wouldn't. Of course we wouldn't.
No. But it's the same thing. My brain is just as broken as their pancreas that's supposed to create the insulin. So there's no shame in taking medication, whether you take it for just a short period of time to get you through the roughest patch, or whether you take it for an extended period of time. Some people think if I start going on it, I'll have to take it forever, but that's not true. You might only need it, especially if it's anti-anxiety medication, that you can take, only when you really need it. And then the chances that if you take it as prescribed, you're not going to become addicted. I promise you will not become addicted if you take it as prescribed. And antidepressants, there's no addiction factor there. So it doesn't, sometimes what I really want to say to people is if you recognize that you need medication and you seek it out, that means you're strong.
Absolutely.
That's strength.
And depression is one of those things that if not treated early, if not caught early, it will get bigger and grow, and it's harder to treat. So really, the sooner you nip it in the bud, the sooner you kind of get it under control, the better you are.
Right. Exactly. And you're so right, Bree. The worse that it gets, the harder and the longer it takes for that medication to take effect and to pull you backwards from the brink of that slippery slope, slide down the slippery slope.
Yeah.
So
I wanted to, gosh, I could sit here and listen to you guys go back and forth all day, seriously, because there are so many people out there that are watching right now that are members of our communities collectively, Richard's community, Bree, your community, Bobby's in my community, all of us coming together. When I first invited Bree to come and speak, Bobby, I posted on her Facebook page and told her that I was imagining our communities all coming together and singing this collective Kumbaya with Sparta. And we're just so excited to be able to provide a safe place. So I didn't mention this earlier, and I really should have. I was a little overwhelmed by the technical difficulties, and I don't think my executive functioning was all that helpful. I did want to mention during this broadcast, which normally I would have several times by now, we have a secret group that is a safe place set up for each and every one of you. And if you're watching this group right now and you're a survivor of narcissistic abuse, Bobby and we run an adult survivors of childhood sexual abuse secret group, and it has been a lifesaver for so many people. They show up every day. They wake up and they go, I woke up, I couldn't fall back asleep. These are the thoughts that are going through my mind. Is there anybody else out there that has these thoughts? And boom, 35 people are like, I'll log on in the morning and there'll be like 40 comments on one question. Just, you guys, when you have 40 cheerleaders standing around you, willing to hold you up and cheer you on so that you don't give up that day, it is life-changing. And these aren't people that don't get it. These are people that have lived through the hell that you've lived through. So if that is you, Bree and Bobby and myself have set up a secret, safe group for you, the survivor of narcissistic abuse. And all you have to do is go to facebook.com/narc diaries and just message us. I saw a couple messages on there about an hour ago that said secret group ? And I tried replying, but I couldn't manage everything at once. I didn't have anybody moderating today. I was sort of wearing a little bit too many hats like all of us are. So yes, the answer is yes. Yes, 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 yes. Yes, we have a secret group for you, and it is a safe place where you can come. There is a zero tolerance policy on abuse, so if someone sneaks in and they're a wolf in sheep's clothing, which I don't think that that's going to happen, but if it were to happen, because we live in an imperfect world, just remember that wolves can't act like sheep for very long. Just remember that. So if you're like, is it really a safe group? What if it's not a safe group? What if I'm not safe? What if I have to walk on eggshells? What if it's crazy? What if these people are abusive? One of the letters we got on the anonymous questions was, there are a lot of people out there that pretend to be survivors of narcissistic abuse. And so I saw on your page says that they're a survivor of narcissistic abuse, but they're the ones that's the narcissist, and they're this person, and this is, and there's all this controversy. Guys. We have a zero tolerance policy for abuse. If someone feels abused in our group, they would let us know, and the person's removed immediately. Zero tolerance. So it is. We've only had one person in the history of everything that we've ever done together, Bobby and I, that has ever been removed from a group. One. In the history, I mean, Bobby, I don't even remember how many countries we're in now and how many people or whatever, but it's a lot. Like 50 countries? Bobby.
We got an email the other day from Greece, so I think we're up to probably 55 or 56.
Awesome. So, yeah, guys, we have a secret group that's safe set up for you, and Miss Bree has the link on her Toxic Relationship Forum page, Recovery from Toxic and Abusive Relationships. It's facebook.com/narcopath. She has the link there, or you can just come to facebook.com/narcdiaries and private message us and let us know that you're interested in getting into a private secret group of supportive people that have been through what you've been through. So, shameless little plug there. Miss Bree, do you have any parting thoughts, like at the conclusion of like your sharing time of all of your expertise and everything? And please feel welcome to stay with us to the end of the event, as we're gonna share some more comment. Bobby had made some slides for us to go through some educational content as well. But I want you to just have the spotlight for a moment to share anything that you would like to share with anyone if they would like to reach you.
Well, I just want to say that for anybody who's struggling, and I get messaged a lot, and people are really just in a bad place, and they don't know if they'll ever be the same, and they don't know if they'll ever be able to leave a relationship that they know that is not good for them. That that there's hope. It's hard. It is hard work. It's we always want to cling to we want to avoid pain. We want to avoid heartache, and we want to avoid the feelings of loss. So we cling to what we know isn't healthy for us to avoid pain, and the pain is an inevitable part of the process. But if you will yourself and have that that ferocity that we were talking about to go through it, really on the other end, it's amazing. You'll be so much happier. You will bring so many more fulfilling relationships into your life. you know, ever since I went through this process, my circle is filled with the best, most wonderful people. I, you know, deleted all the toxicity and created really good boundaries, and I'm surrounded by just wonderful people, and if just that alone is worth everything that I've been through. So so I just want to say, you know, stay hopeful and keep doing the work. You know, reach out to different forums. Find a forum that's a good fit for you, or even a private group. And you know, just know that there's hope and you can do it.
Thank you so much, Bree. We're so grateful that we got the opportunity to spend over 3 hours with you and glean from your knowledge and your expertise, and it's been a lot of fun. And we would love for you to stay. Are you able to stay with us for the last hour, or are you otherwise committed?
No, sure, I'll hang there.
Chime in at any time that we're going through any of our educational content and everything. We would love to hear your comments and your expertise, and we love gleaning from you the wisdom that you have in your private practice and your years of expertise in this particular field, because Bobby and I specifically work with adults who have survived childhood sexual abuse and other forms of child abuse, and your expertise of, like you said, relationships, it's so broad, but we would love to hear your comments and your insights as we're getting ready to share. So
definitely.
Okay, awesome. Okay. I would love to read for you guys Bobby Parrish's bio briefly, and I know that a lot of you watching this channel already are very familiar with Bobby because we host a live Q&A on Mondays that's interactive with our hashtag #NoMoreShame. But for those of you who did not know, I would like to just share with you briefly about Bobby before she goes into content and we begin our educational, the educational portion of our broadcast. So many of you guys already knew that that Bobby's obviously, she's a trauma recovery coach, but did you know that she has been a therapist for 17 years? And she has her master's degree in marriage and family therapy, and just during this past year she moved into coaching because she loved the collaborative nature of coaching, and she found it to be much more successful in the treatment of trauma survivors, which I would agree with. Much of the damage trauma survivors sustain occurs within relationships. They're abused by parents or battered as a spouse, and as a result, much of their deep healing work occurs within the context of healthy, healing relationship. So Bobby works very hard to establish this type of relationship with all of her clients. She earns their trust. She lets them know how much she genuinely cares about them, and I can actually just share with you guys that she's just one of the most transparent and authentic people I've ever had the privilege of working with or knowing. And she's also a trauma survivor herself, which I'm not sure if some of you are actually joining Bobby and myself for the very first time ever. This is your first time to our channel. So welcome, welcome. And for the remainder of the broadcast, we're going to do what we normally do on Mondays. Is for the beginning part of our broadcast on Mondays, we have this sort of interactive, we watch our hashtag, we answer your questions. We have a ton of emails that I'm going to go through after the broadcast is finished, or after this hour of sharing. Bobby's going to share content. And then I'm going to go and log in and go through a whole bunch of the anonymous email questions that we got sent by each and every one of you, and I want to acknowledge them and read them and just give my comments, or and if Bobby can stay. I'm not sure if you're otherwise committed, Bobby, but I would love to do that. I realize we ran behind, but if you can stay with me afterwards and go through some of the emails, do you have time to do that?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, regardless, I'm probably going to go through some of the emails, but I want
well, definitely. Really, yeah.
Okay. Well, I didn't mean to put you on the spot. I'm so sorry. And more importantly, you guys, Bobby is a dog mom. She has an awesome dog. His name's Copper, and she also has a kitty cat named Silver, and she is a mother to an amazing, amazing boy. So without further ado, I would just love to turn this next hour of educational content over to my partner in all things awesome, Bobby Parrish. Take it away, Bobby.
Thank you. I love that we've been able to spend talking and interviewing and going over questions. I think it's also important that, especially for those of us who are visual learners, which I know a lot of survivors are because of the hypervigilance, that we have some concrete information that we can take away with us. And so I put together some slides that focus a lot on what abuse does to us and how we can heal from it. Because I think if there's anything I want everyone to walk away with today, it's knowing something that they can do immediately in order to move forward. So let's look at some slides. Okay. What I want to share with you is something that I have developed in my practice as kind of the cornerstone of how I help survivors to understand what the abuse did to them. And I call it the lying triad and its dark guard, because abuse teaches us 4 very damaging lies about ourselves. And 3 of them work together, and then 1 of them actually works to protect the others. So let me walk you through this. The first lie that our abuse teaches us is that we should be ashamed because of our abuse. And if you are a childhood survivor of sexual abuse, you are taught that what happened to you is a shameful thing and you should be ashamed. If you're a survivor of narcissistic abuse, people will tell you, well, you put yourself in that relationship, didn't you? I don't know why you did that. You should have seen that coming. I saw that she wasn't a nice person. So we're taught to feel ashamed of ourselves. And shame is, in my opinion, one of the most damaging emotions that's out there. It's corrosive. It eats away at the inside of us. And just for a second, shame and guilt. People often come to me and they ask me, what's the difference between shame and guilt? Shame is when we are embarrassed about or feel badly about ourselves, who we are. Guilt is when we feel badly about something that we did. So when I talk to you about shame, I'm talking to you about how you feel about yourself. Okay? You feel badly, you're embarrassed about part of who you are. That's what shame is. And the next lie that abuse teaches us is that we're to blame for the abuse. And we're also to blame for, quote unquote, allowing it to continue. Okay? And that is something definitely that a narcissist will tell us. You know, you are the problem. Again, repeatedly, over and over again, you're the problem, you're the problem, you're the problem. And I can remember in my marriage, I was told that everything was perfect until I came into his life.
I was told that too. We've discussed this previously, but yeah. I was told, well, he wasn't like that until he met you.
Right.
He was fine until he met you. Right. When I went to my abuser at the time's parents and told the parents what was going on, and tried to explain, there are these young children on the computer, and he's having a relationship with this young girl who's 14 years old, and there's alcohol and there's drugs and there's this, and he's being verbally abusive and driving intoxicated and then needing me, and I was saying it all out loud for the very first time and going, oh my gosh, how did I get this far? How did I get every single thing that you just said, Bobby? I was ashamed of myself because yes. I allowed myself. I felt like it was all my fault for allowing this to not only happen but continue. and it must mean that I am the type of person that attracts this type of person. So, and he would blame it on me. He would say, I'm not the problem, you're the problem.
Right.
And I did. And I know you're getting ready to talk about powerlessness, but I'll never forget their response. They're like, well, he wasn't like that until he met you. You must be the problem.
Exactly.
You must be the problem.
Right.
And it's just, it was so crushing, heartbreaking, and defeating. I felt so defeated and hopeless and powerless, and I couldn't understand. I was like, I was so confused. How did I get here? How did I get here again? How?
Right. And that's part of that reality distortion that is so typical in abusive situations where, wait a minute, I thought that I was doing everything the way I was supposed to. I thought that, what he or she was doing wasn't right. But then you're told time and time and time and time again, no, it's you. You're the problem. You're the problem. You're the problem. And it gets to the point where you just really have a hard time trusting your own perceptions, your own intuition, your own gut feelings. All of that becomes undermined.
Yeah. You just described it. You described the whole relationship. I just feel so duped. I remember feeling so duped. I don't now. Like I don't pine over the whole thing now. I'm like, hello, I was delivered. Right. Yay. Woohoo. I got rid of a pedophile for a husband. Yay. But at the time I just felt like hopeless. Like, oh my gosh, I did it again. I must have done it again. I did it again. Right. I can't do anything right.
Right. And that's the next one, which is you're worthless and unable to love. Richard talked earlier about that self-loathing that we develop as a result of an abusive relationship. And we very much, when we're told it's our fault and we should be ashamed of ourselves, then we must be bad, right? Because only a bad person would cause other people all the distress that we're causing this person. Only a bad person would go into one relationship and get out of it and go into another one and go, what in the world is wrong with me? It's the same thing like it was again. And we begin to believe that we cannot cause any good thing to happen. Good things will never happen to us because we are not the source of good things.
Yeah.
Which is so not true. But that is part of that core damage that is done to us. And if you sit and you think about how our self-esteem and our self-worth, they are just an undercurrent in our whole life. It has to do with who we get into relationships with. It has to do with who we become friends with. It has to do with the career we choose. It has to do with the voices in our head that we tell ourselves every day. So when your self-worth is damaged, when you don't have a good self-esteem, that undermines your daily life, your short-term decisions, your long-term decisions. All of those things get affected. And when we see survivors come to us and they're so broken and they're feeling so hopeless, inevitably, one of the things that they're struggling with the most is loving themselves. Loving themselves because first of all, they were never taught.
They're told that it's the wrong thing to do. Like, it's selfish.
Right. Exactly. And like Richard said earlier, we learn how to love ourselves based on how our parents loved us as children.
Which, if it wasn't at all.
Right, exactly. Or if their idea of love was perverted sexual abuse, and then we turn around and we wonder why survivors of sexual abuse become promiscuous. Well, hello. We were taught that sex is a currency with which you buy love.
Yeah.
So of course you're going to be promiscuous until you realize that's not the truth. There's no shame. If you are a survivor of sexual abuse and you had a period of promiscuity in your life, I'm here to tell you right here and right now, you have nothing to be ashamed of. That is what you were taught. And I want everyone who went through that. I went through it You know, I had a period of promiscuity, and I have learned to let go of the shame and the blame from that. That is what my abuser taught me. And, you know, Athena, you and I have talked before about how abuse victims turn to perfectionism.
Oh, yeah.
And by golly, if our parents were going to teach us something, we were going to learn it perfectly.
Yes.
So if my abuser taught me that the currency for love is sex, I learned it perfectly.
Yes, we did. Yes,
Exactly.
we did.
And so when we go out and we become promiscuous and people look at us like we're just, you know, the city tramp, I just, everyone who's out there who's gone through this, I just want you to take that label off your chest right now and put it down and walk away, because it's not yours. It belongs to the person that taught you that sex is currency. And you are not worthless, and you are lovable. You know, Athena, being loved is our birthright. We come into this world. It's our birthright. We're capable. We're deserving of love when we come into this world.
That is certainly not the message that we were given, though.
No, absolutely not. I mean, we were either taught that we were completely unlovable, or that we had to earn any love we got, which by the time we turned around and could earn it, wasn't really love anyway. So, my.
Yeah.
Okay, and then...
What a tangled web, right? What a tangled web. Hello.
Tangled web. You and I talk about this over and over again, that recovering from abuse and trauma is like trying to sort through baklava, which is
spaghetti.
And Paschetti, right? That, you know, it's layer and layer and layer and layer and layer and layer of abuse. You know, you'll peel away 3 layers and by golly, you thought you'd done it, right? You were at the end. And then you only come to find out, you know, you have 7 more layers to go through. And then wiggling through all of this is the spaghetti that, you know, you pull on one end and it makes something 5 miles away happen. It's just, it is so hard to sort out. And it is, again, one of those reasons why Athena and I encourage you to get in community with other survivors. Because not only do they understand, but they're going to help you sort through that stuff. So important.
Yep. I don't think it can happen otherwise. I just don't know how it can happen otherwise.
Well, you know, all of my private clients, you know, I'm at the point where I require them to be in one of our support groups or involved in our Twitter community, because I think it's that important. It's that important. And that these 3 lies, the shame, the self-blame, and the worthlessness, the part that makes it really tricky is that they are surrounded, guarded by the belief that we are powerless. And that is absolutely what the narcissist wants to teach you. You have no power over your life. I have all the power. You don't see the world clearly. You don't know what's going on. So I'm going to tell you what's going on. I have all the power. And if we tried to reason with them, explain something, no, we could never be right. It's like Athena was talking about the dance earlier. That's done. You never get to lead. You never get to say, let's try this instead of that. You know, let's change the music. Let's do jazz. Nope. It never happens. You are powerless, and they will do everything they can to take away your power. And of course, if you're a survivor of childhood abuse, you were powerless. I mean, you were a child being abused either by an older child, because there is sibling abuse, or you were being abused by an adult. Of course you were powerless. Of course you were powerless. And you grow up believing that you're powerless. But see, then what happens is we get into recovery and we try to change. But here comes that lie. No, you can't change that. You're powerless. I don't know how many times I've had a survivor come in and say, I feel awful. This is terrible. I want things to be better. Okay, well, let's tackle the shame piece. I can't do it.
Yep.
I can't do it. And I understand that because that's what they were taught. They were taught that they were powerless to tackle those pieces. It's kind of like, I always have the vision in my head of like the shame, the self-blame, and the self-worth all sitting on the other side of kind of like an invisible wall. And the dark guard is standing there and he's got like a sword or something. And every move you make to try and reach the shame or the self-blame or the worthlessness to change it, he blocks. Oh, no, wait. Oh, nope, got you there. Oh, nope, you thought you could sneak by me, but you can't. You know, they're the flawless goalie that protects those three so that you cannot get to them to untangle them or unlearn them. And so the very first thing that you have to do, and the very first thing that I teach survivors how to do, is reclaim their power. Because it's not until you're holding your power in your hand, even the tiniest bit of power, that you can tackle the shame, the blame, and the worthlessness. And if you don't tackle those, then recovery can be very, 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 very hard.
Yeah. If you're not willing to make friends with shame, and
yes,
remember we were talking about that workshop that I attended.
Yes. The changing the self-limiting beliefs.
Yes. So unless you're willing to make shame your best friend and really get to know shame and really figure out what shame is about and hang out with shame and sort of become intimately familiar with shame, you will never be able to glean that wisdom that you need as to why shame is the way it is. And never, ever, ever, as you get to know shame and you make shame your bestie, never is shame going to ever say, well, there's just no reason for me to be the way that I am. There's no reason for me to even exist. There's a million reasons why shame exists, and it always came from the abuser. Shame wasn't birthed from you. You didn't give birth to shame. You're not the reason shame exists. Shame came along as a byproduct of something that was given to you against your will, probably, or something that you experienced and you didn't even know what was going on. Why would anybody want that abuse? First of all, no one. It's like, I forget what movie it was. I want to say it was like Back to the Future, but I might be wrong. Our movie buffs out there are gonna start tweeting in. But why are you punching yourself in the face? Why are you hitting yourself in the face? Why are you hitting yourself in the face? It's like, no one's gonna punch themselves in the face. No one's going to. But the whole thing was like, they would grab that person's hand and go, why are you hitting yourself? But their hand is the one that's like holding your hand, right? Like, no one abuses themselves on purpose because that's their goal. I'm sure that there are people who are involved in self-harm as an adult who experience a lot of child abuse because harm is what they know, and they're so numbed out that that's their coping strategy, right? But unless we're willing to make friends with shame and really get to know shame and really understand the role that shame plays in our abuse recovery, we won't ever be able to work through our recovery completely and really complete our recovery and go into advocacy and reaching out and raising up others. Bobby, what do you think? I think it's impossible, honestly. Just like it's impossible apart from community, but I want to hear your thoughts.
Right. No, I agree with you. And I think we'll talk here in a minute about the pieces that I think are essential for us to recover from abuse, and educating ourselves about the different components of abuse and what they are and what they mean and what recovery is like is critical. You and I have talked about one of the reasons that we started doing these Google Hangouts is because we saw the vital need for education about trauma and abuse, how it affects us, and how we can recover. I know that in my recovery, I spent probably about 3 years in and out of psychiatric wards dealing with just disabling depression and PTSD before someone finally sat down with me and said, this is what abuse does to us. This is what's going on in your brain. This is why you're having a hard time. And it's awfully hard to recover from something when you don't understand what it is. It's like you just said, if we don't know shame, how are you supposed to recover from it? And it's exactly what Richard was talking about earlier when he was talking about taking revenge on a narcissist. It's not really about revenge. It's about getting into their head, into their headspace, and understanding what really makes a narcissist tick. You know, it's not just pulling back the curtain and seeing what's there is not, you know, a gold statue, which you would think it would be that valuable based on how hard they're fighting to protect it. It's just, you know, a kind of lonely, sad little old man. But then when you look at their control panel and you realize what they're doing, why they're doing it, and what's motivating them, then it takes the power out of it. And when we know how to traverse through trauma, when we know how abuse affects us, then we are so much more capable of recovering because we have the tools now. So let's take a look at some of the ways that we can work to heal from abuse. I think that's so important.
This is a great portion of our broadcast because a lot of people we still have a lot of viewers. This is a really long event, you guys. If you have to take a potty break or get something to eat, then you signed up, so you'll be able to see the replay. My goodness, feed yourself. For this portion of our broadcast, you guys, healing from narcissistic abuse. First of all, you survived. Kudos to you, confetti, high fives, fist bumps, happy dance. You survived. And then secondly, you're looking to heal. You're sitting here on a Saturday watching a 4-hour virtual event in whatever country you're in, Greece or Portugal or Spain or UK or wherever, and you want to heal. And the first step to healing is going to be getting into safe community with other survivors. And we have ways for you to do that. All you have to do is go to facebook.com/Narc Diaries and ask us to be in a private secret group. It doesn't matter when you're seeing this, whether it's today, 3 years from now, whatever. Go to that link and ask us to be in a secret group. And then here we go. Bobby is going to go through step by step things that you can do to heal from narcissistic abuse, or if you're an adult survivor of childhood abuse or any other type of flavor of abuse. We are going to help you right now. I realize I just stole your thunder on number 2, Bobby. I'm so sorry.
Oh.
But I feel like step 1 needs to be community, and I know that we're learning and like believing in all that. I understand all that. I'm so sorry. I just wanted to invite everyone. You're invited.
Yes, you're all invited.
You are all invited. You spent the time. You're here. Hello. It's Saturday. You're here. You're invited.
And you know, I think it's, I talked about this yesterday. I'm going to go ahead and do present to everyone since I'm yakety-yakking here. I was talking yesterday with someone about how prevalent abuse is, just how gut-wrenching prevalent it is in our society. And I said, you know, I always hate it when I find out that someone's the member of my quote-unquote club. But when I welcome them into the club, by golly, am I glad they're there. Because I would much rather have someone in our community than wandering around on their own, because it is a lonely, lonely journey, and it is very hard when you're doing it on your own. So let's talk for a minute about healing from abuse. And these are not necessarily in a step-by-step order. These are just the 4 things that we think are essential for recovery from abuse. And the first is learning, owning, and believing the truth rather than the lies. Okay? So the lie is that you should be ashamed. No, you should not be ashamed. That wasn't like Athena just said. Shame was something that belonged to your abuser. They are the ones that should be ashamed of who they are and what they did. Okay? not you. They gave that to you. When you realize that it's not yours, you could lay it down. Okay, so the other lies self-blame. You were the one who caused the abuse to happen, or you were the one who allowed it to continue to happen because you didn't leave, or as a child, you didn't tell somebody, you didn't this, you didn't that. Nope, not the case. You're not to blame for your abuse. Absolutely not. That is not the truth. That is a lie. Okay, and the next one, that you are worthless or you should hate yourself. Absolutely not. Like Athena and I talked about just a short bit of time, that you were born lovable, you're still lovable. There are a million things about you that are lovable. So that is a horrific, horrific lie that you are worthless. And the last one, that you have no power. Okay, bull. You have a ton of power. I realize that it's been taken from you, but you can take it back. And you can stand in your power, and you can stand strongly in your power and say, this is it, this is my life, and I'm going to make the changes. And I'm not going to allow other people to bully me and push me around. And the next thing that you need to do is belong to a safe, supportive community. Athena and I will continue to talk about that till our dying breath. It is so important because it does so many things for you. It gives you support. It gives you validation. It gives you people who are going to let you practice new healthy skills with them, which is crucial, because as you learn a better way to do things, as you learn communication skills, as you learn how to set boundaries, being in a safe community is going to give you a place to practice that. And you're not going to be really good at it right from the get-go. You need to be able to practice. And you need to be able to practice with people who won't tear you down when you should make a mistake. So many reasons why you should belong to a safe, supportive community. And our hope is that eventually, we'll be able to have meetings like, Alcoholics Anonymous or Narcotics Anonymous in different towns, where you can go just to drop in and get that kind of in-person support. But right now, unfortunately, we don't have the capacity to do that, so it's online.
I'm working on it. I swear, I'm getting invited to speak at different churches. I got invited to speak at a church in Birmingham for 1,000 people, and I got invited to speak at a church in Florida. And I am bringing with me a big old banner that says, we have, healing happens in community. We have safe support groups, and I want to help train these people, you guys. I'm going to help train these people with the curriculum that Bobby and I write together on how to train other people to, and obviously not everybody is going to be a great leader or whatever, but if someone's drawn to that type of ministry and they're compassionate and they're empathetic and they really care, they're going to be trained on what to do and how to be trauma informed. Not everyone is trauma informed, even if they come across as being very incompassionate and very incapable of understanding where it is that you've come from. It doesn't mean that they don't want to understand. Like, my husband has never lived through the trauma that I've lived through, but he has a desire to understand where I'm coming from so that he can be compassionate and pray for me and support me. And so that's a perfect example. That's what I'm going to be doing at churches. I'm going to go around, speak at churches, and train people. And Bobby, and not to hijack your deal, but remember we talked about this. This is a dream. This is a dream being fulfilled right now, because we had a dream, Bobby.
Right.
I feel like Martin Luther King right now. We had a dream. But we had a dream of going around and training people how to welcome people and to provide a safe space. And that is what I'm going to be doing coming up in 2016. It's exciting. It's very, very exciting. And maybe even as soon as November, I got invited to come. But get this, you guys. There are churches and other nonprofit type organizations or civic centers and all of that. They just offer their meeting space. They offer their meeting space to AA. They offer their meeting space to OA. They offer their meeting space to Al-Anon. They offer their meeting space as their contribution to the community, and you don't have to be of any certain anything to come and to be supported in this particular area. You know, like people that go to AA or go to OA or go to Al-Anon or whatever, they don't have, even though it might be located at the Presbyterian Church on the corner of Main and 8th, it doesn't mean you have to be part of a Presbyterian church community to attend this AA meeting. So Bobby and I are going to follow this model, and I'm going to go and I'm going to speak at these places, and I'm going to put words out to people's community. Is there anyone in the community willing to offer their meeting space for these trauma survivors to come and to have a safe space to share and feel validated and have somebody actually ask them how they are doing?
And how can they be helped? What do you need?
Yes.
Because you're valuable and you're worthy.
Yes, exactly. Anyway, I just want you to know that we're working on it, you guys. We're working on it. We're doing our best. We're doing it.
We are. Absolutely. And pretty soon we'll be able to, you know, in a couple of years, we'll be able to look at this tape and say, oh, that's back when we talked about it, not when it was actually happening. Okay, so the next thing is and we talked about this, educating yourself about narcissism, abuse, and recovery. Athena and I have a year's worth of videos up on our YouTube channel, Trauma Recovery University. Richard Grannon has a wealth of incredible videos on his channel, Spartan Life Coach. Bree has her Facebook forum, which is filled with information, her blog, her website, all of that. Educate yourself. I promise as you read through things and light bulbs go off for you, you will be more empowered. You will be more empowered because you'll be figuring things out. And the last thing is finding and maintaining a therapeutic relationship. Okay, so this is that one person that you can go to and dump out the contents of your soul, and they will look at you and say, looks wonderful. I love it. Is there anything you want to throw away, or should we keep it all? They're not people who are going to judge you. They're just going to love you and accept you completely and totally for who you are. It doesn't have to be a therapist. It can be a coach. It can be a clergy person. It can be, you know, the leader of your support group. But we really do believe that you need to have someone with whom you can show everything to and talk about anything with, and they will love you completely and totally, regardless of what you talk about. And that hopefully, you know, like Athena said, that will happen.
Well, it's not just hopefully. I'm claiming it. I am claiming it, Bobby. I swear. Like, seriously? When all of a sudden I start getting invited to go speak at places, what do you think I'm going to be talking about? I mean, I know that it's...
Help us make it happen.
Everything takes so much longer than we think. Like, we thought, oh, well, we're going to start this thing and it's going to be amazing and we're just going to be profitable. It's going to be awesome. Let's just, maybe we could be a nonprofit. We'll do that, you know, and here we are like a year later and we're finally doing it. 365 days of awesome. That's what that first year was. Hello. I mean, I feel blessed. I feel blessed. We've learned so much over the past year, and moving forward, we actually get to help more people, and it'll be like in live person help, and we'll be the people that are in charge of the people that are helping the people. Does that make sense?
Yes.
We will be the people that are in charge of the people that are helping the people. Yeah. We're going to do it. More education, please. More education.
That's right. I don't want to leave all of you without having some information on how to stay out of toxic relationships. Athena and I know from working with abuse survivors that re-victimization happens all the time. It happens so much more frequently than any of us care to admit. We leave an abusive relationship, we get into another abusive relationship. We leave an abusive childhood because we're miserable in that house, only to marry someone who then turns around and abuses them.
Hey, I did that.
Yes. What?
I did that.
I did that too. I did that too, you know.
I'm an
And
overachiever.
yeah, really, yeah. Uh, so it's so important that we learn how to halt that cycle from repeating. And so I want to talk for just a little bit. I kind of call it inoculating yourself against being in any further toxic relationships. So this is what you have to do in order to inoculate yourself, okay? Preventative medicine here. And the first one is educate yourself on the characteristics of a narcissist so you can see them coming from a mile away. You know, they're the ones, everything has to be about them. They lie, they're manipulative.
Or like Richard said, oh, I'm the victim. I'm the victim.
Right.
Oh, it's me. It's me. Sorry, go ahead. Sorry. He did it so good, though.
He did it. And we all recognized it in a heartbeat. Yes, the grandiosity of it all, the histrionics of it all. I will never forget, Athena, sitting and watching your abuser say to you, aren't you glad that I put you through all of that as a child? Because look at the wonderful things you're able to do now.
You saw that, right?
I did.
It wasn't just me.
No. And I mean, you guys, what a narcissistic statement. Aren't you glad it'd be like my abuser coming up and saying, aren't you glad I raped you for 250 times when you were between the ages of 3 and 11? Because look at you now. You know? I mean, it's that outrageous of a statement. But you need to know, what does it look like? What is this person that's coming slinking through the crowd in the nightclub who spotted me from a mile away? What do they look like? How do they behave? So we can run the other direction when they approach us. The next one, develop healthy self-esteem and self-confidence. One of the things that a predator is attracted to is someone who is not self-confident. Okay, so work on those. Do your self-help reading. Go to therapy if you need to. Work on personal development. Whatever you need to do to build a healthy self-esteem and self-confidence, do that. Learn healthy communication skills. You need to learn how, we all need to, not just you, we all need to learn how to respond when a narcissist does that shifty, blamey, shamey kind of language that they do. You know, I can remember my abuser telling me, you're always angry. Why are you always angry?
I wonder.
You know, and of course, he's saying this to me in an angry tone. And I just subconsciously, I've crossed my arms in front of my chest, right? Because I feel attacked. And he says, look at you, look at your arms, look at you. You're being angry right now. Your arms are crossed. Look at you. And you don't know how do you respond to that? Because all I could do is look down. Yeah, my arms were crossed. My gosh, you must be right. You know? You need to learn how to be able to respond to people when they do that blame, shame, switcheroo game. Hey, look, I made a rhyme. Learning healthy communication skills is so important. You could look on YouTube for videos. You can ask your therapist. You can ask your coach. You can talk in the support group. There is so much out there available to talk about healthy communication skills. The next one, learn how to establish healthy boundaries. This is huge. This is one of Athena's specialties in terms of helping people with boundaries. It's so important because when you have healthy boundaries, it is very difficult for a predator to take advantage of you. We have a video, Trauma Recovery University has a video about establishing healthy boundaries. Go onto our YouTube channel, find that, watch that. It's so crucial that you learn how to establish healthy boundaries. And a healthy boundary to have is not giving up your friends just because someone else wants you isolated and wants to have all the power and control. And that leads down to the next two, which are to maintain your involvement in a safe, supportive community. A narcissist is not going to want you to maintain your relationships, especially your relationships to healthy communities. So if you're in a relationship with someone who's pushing you to sever those, that's a huge red flag. A huge red flag.
Yeah.
Maintain those relationships and introduce new potential partners to healthy friends. Okay, sometimes when we are wrapped up in a relationship, we lose perspective.
Yes, we do.
It's so important that you have friends that you trust that can help to restore your perspective should you lose it and the relationship is unhealthy.
Oh, yeah. Well, and this was one of my husband's big ones when he first met me. He wanted to make sure that he introduced me to all of the people he trusted, because he didn't want to get into a relationship with someone under, while he was, you know what I mean? Like, while he's under the, how you say, like, under the ether, you know?
Yes,
so, like,
of course.
He knew that,
and that is important.
It is, yeah. Like, when you're in a brand new relationship, you guys, a brand new one, everyone's under the ether. It's like, ooh, it's exciting. It's new. It's,
well, those chemicals are flooding through your brain and your head,
Yeah. However, when a predator, aka narcissist, when a narcissist is love bombing you and swooping in and making you the object of their undying affection.
Right. You're the center of the universe.
Oh, yeah. It feels very similar to that new butterfly sort of feeling. And it is cause for, like, okay, let's get some perspective here. And since that love bombing that they're doing, I wish Bree was here. We lost her, and I've been texting. She's trying to get back in. It is important that you do gain the perspective of people that are not under the ether of this new relationship. Someone, not just like pals that you know, like from work, that don't really know you or have your best interest at heart. Like people that you really
safe
trust. Safe people that you really trust. Like, someone that you can bounce some stuff off of. You guys, that's so important, to be able to bounce ideas. Like, that's what happens in our community. If you don't have any in real life safe people, you need to get into one of our online safe communities, and you need to share everything that's going on and go, what do you guys think? I can't tell you how many times a day that happens in our forum. Our safe groups, because you're going to encounter life. Life's going to happen all day. And sometimes you're going to be like, well, I'm really triggered right now. I'm trying to ground myself. I'm really triggered. I don't want to make any decisions. Is this how this is really meant? Like, I'm feeling like this happened. And what do you guys think? Do you think this was normal? Do you need to have people that you can go, so this is this new person. What do you think of this new person? These are their characteristics. I asked them this question and they answered this way. And there are a few people that tweeted in. One person said, ask a new love interest, what are some things you would change about yourself? So that's a good, fair question. A narcissist probably wouldn't change anything about themselves. They'd probably change the subject. That's what they would change.
They'd turn it back on you.
Yeah. What about you?
Why are you even asking that questions? You must have a lot of self-insecurities yourself.
Or the covert narcissist. That's the overt. The covert narcissist will go, I'd rather hear about you. I'd rather hear about you. Let's talk about you instead of me. I just want to learn everything about you. I want to know everything there is to know about you. Oh, yeah. Telling you.
And do we recognize that or not, eh?
Oh, and to answer Beth, yes, honey, I plan on coming to Canada. Yes. And I forget who it was. I think it might have been Tiffany, or maybe it was Denise, that were asking me, when will I be in Atlanta? I don't know when I'm going to be in Atlanta, but I want to come. I just need to be invited and have people that want to host me. And I need to find places to speak where I can try to do some fundraising. That's how I can travel, you guys. I need
Yeah.
speaking opportunities. If I have speaking engagements, I can travel because then I can fundraise. And because I'm going to be running a nonprofit, which that's how you make money is you fundraise. So yes, I plan on coming to Canada and Atlanta. That's to answer your guys' questions. Yes.
Canlanta.
Yeah. We want to.
I'm going to put up. I'm going to try and find and put up our contact information really quick here as we close out, so that people can know how to make connection with any of us if they want to. Of course, I have to find the graphic.
I know. I'm having trouble finding everything today, too. I was so caught off guard by the technical difficulties. You guys, it's really, when you get violated and have the rug ripped out from underneath you on a cyber level, it affects me, and it affects me pretty deeply, because my entire business and my entire world and my connection with all of my clients is through my laptop and through my websites, and websites that I spend hours and days building, countless hours and days, and then to have somebody report you for abuse and spam like twice inside of a month, it's like, oh my gosh. I got an email from them this morning, Bobby, saying, well, the reason you can't access your account is because someone reported you for spam. It's like, didn't I just resolve this? Like, what is your deal? Really? So I might have to switch hosts. I might have to switch web hosts, because I can't imagine that host for web, or that Bluehost and HostGator and all these other people. I mean, if Brendan Bouchard and Jeff Walker and everybody else are using all the same software that I'm using, I mean, their servers aren't being shut down. And I never once received an email. Like, they have my private personal email address, not just my squirrel mail, but my private personal email address, to send me a message to let me know that something's gone awry, something's amiss, right? But did I receive an email? No, they just shut me down again today.
That's craziness.
It is craziness, and it's not the way that I wanted to start this day. I mean, I've been looking forward to this event for months and months and months, and then I built a website specifically to host this event, which takes time. And then they robbed me of the joy of hosting. It's like somebody breaking into my house and robbing it and putting boards up on the front door so no one could come after I prepared the entire house to host a celebration or an event at my house. It's like, who the hell are you? Sorry, I feel very violated, obviously. It's making me very upset.
You have a right to be upset.
Thank you. Bree said that she says it won't let me join in again. Thank you guys for having me. Oh, I wish that she was able to join. I don't know what's up with the interwebs.
I don't know what's up with the interwebs today. If you would like to contact any of us, that information is on the screen right now. I picked the most prominent ways to connect with each one of us. So for Athena and I, you have our Twitter handles. We're both very active on Twitter. You have our email addresses, and you have our websites. Athena and I both do private Facebook coaching. Where did that come from? Private Skype coaching. And
I've done coaching on FaceTime also.
Yeah, and Zoom is wonderful too.
I do like Zoom.
So if you would like to take a look at that, please do. Bree, there is her Twitter handle, her Facebook group, the Community Narcopath, and her website, relationshipmedia.me. And if you would like to get in touch with Richard Grannon, there's his Twitter handle, his YouTube channel. Oh dear, I believe I spelled that wrong. Spartan, not Spartane.
Whoops.
Sorry. And then the website, Spartan Life Coach.
The best way to reach Richard is just to go to SpartanLifeCoach.com, you guys. Honestly, like that was he's like instant. Boom, you can get him the quickest just by going to SpartanLifeCoach.com. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean, because he's got the contact tab, he has the about, he has, you know, his book, he has his
Right.
classes, and I think he has a link to the YouTube channel, like right there. So
Yes, he does. And to
yeah,
his Facebook page.
yeah,
All of that's
yeah.
right there.
So how did you
Yes.
like hosting everybody? I know this is a long event. 4 hours is a really long summit, but I'm really grateful that it all came together, even though we were 30 minutes late broadcasting because of all of this stuff. Like,
Yeah.
how did you like it?
I loved it. You know, I think it's going to take us a little while to get our over the tech difficulties we had today. There's nothing like, you know, knowing you're going to host a 4-hour event and, you know, an hour before it starts finding out that the website you were going to host it on got hacked. So we apologize for our technical difficulties and our delay getting on today, but it really was nothing that we foresaw that could have happened and nothing that we could have done.
Yeah, I got
literally.
Some of you guys sent me some hate mail. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry that you are upset with me. It's not anything that I could have done. It's like when you wake up in the middle of the night and you go to walk to get a glass of water and you stub your toe and you start cursing out the chair. Like, it's not the chair's fault. It's dark out. Like, it's not the chair's fault. Like,
Yeah.
it's not really my fault. I didn't really crash my own server. I didn't really hack my own website, but you know, I understand your feelings are valid. Your feelings of disappointment are valid. And I want to validate your feelings by saying I'm sorry. Not I'm sorry, but I'm sorry. I'm sincerely sorry that we started late and that the technology didn't work properly the way we wanted it to. I'll do better next time if possible. Maybe I'll get a new server where this kind of stuff doesn't happen. Until then, we're just appreciative that you stayed and that you're here. We still have a lot of viewers, actually. And I would like to read some of the emails and answer some of them if possible and just give some commentary. Bobby, how do you feel about that?
About going over to the Facebook page and answering questions?
We can do that, but I have 50 emails right here with questions right in front of me. I can bring them up on the screen, or I can just read them and we can talk about them. Would you like to do that for a few minutes?
Yeah, let's do a few of those. Let's see what we got.
I will start reading until you stop me and you start to comment on something, and that's when I know that it's time for us to do that.
Okay.
Move my water. Thanks for your patience, you guys. Okay. I was going to bring it up and then present to all, or let's see. There we go. Perhaps, yeah, I got a lot of hate mail here. A status update would be appreciated.
What?
Oh, I have all this hate mail. I feel so terrible.
Oh, you can't get in?
No, I just was trying to find the emails that I wanted to read, and I have all this hate mail. I just feel so terrible that all these people are so upset. Okay, well, I'm gonna read until you stop me, and then we'll start talking. Does that sound good?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, is it possible to recover from narcissistic abuse completely and become the person you were? We did address that with Richard earlier. I'm trying, that's more people couldn't get in. When I caught him cheating the second time, he turned it all on me. It was all my fault. He said some of the meanest things about me to me. Instant hate. He wanted out. He wanted to be with her. I played the pick me dance and decided I deserved better after 10 years, and I quit. I packed my things. I looked for a home, and in the meantime, he stole all my things from my packed boxes, the things that he knew were important to me. Why so much hate for me? I don't understand the hate. I want to look you in the eye right now, whoever you are, anonymous person, right now, and I'm going to tell you, he doesn't hate you. He hates himself. He doesn't have the ability to love himself or to love anyone. He just doesn't have the ability to do anything. It's not you. You didn't do anything wrong. You were around there for 10 years. He doesn't hate you. I think he has a deep self-loathing for himself. Bobby, what do you think?
Absolutely. And he's not capable of being the person that you want him to be. So
that's hard.
You know,
that's a hard one. That's a hard pill to swallow.
That's a hard one. But you talked about playing that, you know, the game of ooh, pick me, and then you realized you wanted something better. Yeah, you deserve better. Yep. You deserve someone who is full of love and light, not full of self-hatred, and who doesn't base all their behavior on how other people respond to them. And so, as gut-wrenching as it is for us when we have to walk away from a toxic relationship and you deal with all the horrible grief and the loss and the what the heck happened there, it is a good thing because it frees us to find a healthy relationship, and it frees us to find our own personal, emotional, and mental health again, which unfortunately have been sacrificed as we have battled through this relationship with a narcissist or an abuser. Yeah, it's really hard. You know what I see in my head? You know, you're a couple of people battling over, you know, this, you know, locked box, you know, like we used to have when we were kids, maybe a little music box that had a little lock on the front, and you see it lying on the ground and somebody grabs for it, you grab for it, you fight back and forth, and you win it, you finally open it, and it's like filled with, you know, rotting garbage. It's like, oh, well, never mind. Wow. I don't want this. Yeah. And so, you know, we work so hard to keep that relationship with a narcissist, but the reality is it's crap.
Yeah.
So, but that's hard to realize.
It is hard, Bobby. It's painful. I think I'm going to read this one to you, okay?
Okay, let's do it.
This is from an anonymous person who signed her name, but I'm not going to say her name just because I want to protect her, just in case. This is her letter. The CEO in my company is extremely exploitative, vain, grandiose, and he destroys people to earn money. He owns the company and acts like the workplace dictator. The CEO lied to get me out of a very good job. He offered me a fake leadership position, but used me shamelessly on his own customer cases as a personal helper and deliverer for him in very heavy matters. He threatened me to work for him 24/7 and to make him happy or to get fired. Constantly emailed me to get responses at all hours, even though he's married. He would then want my attention every day during my vacation. He bombed me with 80 personal emails with romantic messages, called and seeked me out personally in my vacation. When I got so stressed out and angry about his behavior, I got sick. He was frantic. He canceled the rest of his vacation and started working full-time back in the office. The first thing he does is fire the director of the company for no reason other than he suspected he knew about my situation. Now I have a lawyer and I want to negotiate financial compensation. We attack his misuse of power, et cetera, et cetera. Then she goes on to talk more about that. She says, the walls at our office are filled with pictures of him. He speaks ill, degrading, and mean, especially about the women he has harassed, some, like me, before, for years after they quit. I am soon meeting this horrible boss at the confrontational meeting to get a financial solution and an end. Do you have any advice of how to speak to and how I can best meet him when I expect him to try bullying me for the last time? I would greatly appreciate some tips and advice here. Thank you for your great and helpful work. Best, Mona. I can't wait to look you in the eyes, Mona. Oh, sorry, Anonymous. I can't wait to look you in the eyes right now and tell you, I have experienced this. This is my advice to you. I say show up, and I say confidently and very calmly look at the instrument panel in which he looks at to push your buttons, and realize that he, the Grand Wizard of Oz behind the curtain that puts on all the magic, is this weak, little, pathetic excuse for a human being. He's a mouse. He's a toothless lion. And look at him for the pathetic, sad, pitiful person he is. And very calmly, just look at him as though he's this big, because he is, honestly. He really is. He's pathetic. He felt like the big bad wolf, but he wasn't. He really wasn't. He was nothing. He doesn't have anything left if you don't become his supply. You, as Richard would say, I should have had him reference the milkshakes. If you don't allow him to drink your milkshake because you don't allow him to, and you just are like, you don't care about your milkshake, then he's going to go around and drink everybody else's milkshakes. And when he drinks everybody else's milkshakes, he has nothing left in the whole world other than everybody else's milkshakes. He has nothing. He doesn't have a home. He doesn't have a life. He doesn't have anything. That's this person you're describing. So again, I would show up at that meeting just knowing that he's pathetic and he's a complete loser, and that you win because you got away and you're going to have an amazing life. Bobby, what do you think?
There is a method out there to our letter writer called the gray stone technique in terms of dealing with predators and psychopaths. And I would really encourage you to go through and investigate that and read about that before you meet with him. I know Richard Grannon has...
He has a video called The Gray Stone.
He has a video, right, about it. It's called the Gray Stone Technique. All you have to do is Google. I just Googled it myself. No, Gray Rock. Sorry. The Gray Rock method of dealing with psychopaths. Rockstone. And you'll find it. And it's all about keeping them, like Athena said, from using us as their supply. So I think if you were to read up on that a little bit before you go to have this meeting with them, and for all of us who have to deal with narcissists, it is just an excellent way of how you deal with a narcissist on a day-to-day basis in terms of not feeding them the way that they desire to be fed. And eventually, over time, the hope is that they will move on to someone else.
Oh, they will. Oh, they will.
Because they have to have that, like Athena said, they have to have that narcissistic supply.
They have built the castle that Bobby described, and every day they have to slide that door open just a little bit to get their supply, and then they shut the door because it's all about them. Yeah. Otherwise, the door doesn't open. That's why all the pictures on the walls at the office are all of him, because he worships himself. And you and every other woman he did this to were just an extension of him, as Bree so eloquently put it earlier. So this isn't you. This is all him. You did nothing wrong, and I hope that you see him for the pathetic individual that he is, and that it was all just scare tactics. It was smoke and mirrors. It was like Richard said. It is a performance from a comedian that you go to attend, and it's just a drunk person dressed in a clown costume thinking they're putting on the performance of a lifetime to woo the audience in, and you're just sitting there going, really? I fell for this before? Like, you're going to see this person with new eyes. That's what's going to happen. You're going to walk in there, you're going to see them with new eyes, and you're going to feel empowered. You're going to take your power back. Okay, so next letter. Richard's concept of neurotic naivety resonates strongly with me, and despite being aware of mine, I'm finding it difficult to overcome without going into the other extreme, i.e., doubting everyone new I meet. My mother is a highly covert narcissist and enabled my being sexually abused from the age of 4. I've gone no contact and have a superb therapist who's helping me with the resulting borderline tendencies. Though it's slowly getting better, I still have a hard time trusting or even contacting my own instincts, as I was trained by my entire family to deny my feelings, and I was even told they weren't real. I know this will get better over time, but I still feel as though I'm ideal fodder for narcs, who I often attract. I am 45 and keen to speed things up. Any suggestions? Thank you in advance. That would have been one for Richard for sure, but
yeah. 'Cause I don't really know this term.
Neurotic naivety.
Naivete.
Naivete.
I would suspect that, he's talking about either, like she talked about extremes, this writer talked about extremes, that either they doubt everything or they doubt nothing. So they believe everything, that happens.
Yeah.
As you and I have talked about a million times, so much of the goal of recovery is about getting in the middle place.
I was just going to mention that, the scary middle, Bobby.
Right.
Because the neurotic naivete, whatever, that Richard does make mention of, and the borderline tendencies, that happens, and Bobby and I talk about this sometimes, that happens when you're in little girl mode, when you're in child mode. Because, and Richard made mention of it earlier, the whole world is this, and when I go to sleep, the moon disappears, and when I wake up, the whole world is back. It's like all black, all white. There's no, and Bobby and I often talk about the scary middle. And, for you to realize that life is going to be good and bad every single day, you're gonna meet good people, you're gonna meet bad people, and just, I think, really nourishing your intuition through congruence, which we have a video called, I forget what it's called. It's something about reclaiming your intuition through congruence, or we did healing your intuition, right, Bobby?
Yeah, we did healing your intuition, but we also did one on congruence. We have both on the YouTube channel.
Yeah, on our YouTube channel, and it's youtube.com/Trauma Recovery University TV. And once you learn to trust yourself and you learn to trust your intuition, see, you were probably trained. I believe you mentioned your mother. Yes, your mother is highly covert narcissist. So you have been trained from a very, very, very young age to not trust your instincts. You were told, "What are you doing?" I said to clean the house. And so then you did everything you possibly could to clean the house, and then it was never good enough. Well, why didn't you do this instead? How come you didn't feed the animals? Well, I thought I was supposed to clean the house. Well, don't you know that you're supposed, you know what I mean? It's just that, it's that whole, you never know. There's always going to be something else. So you were trained, even if you intuitively knew that you were supposed to clean the house, or you intuitively knew that you should feed the animals, you knew that person, your highly covert narcissistic mother, was going to come home, and no matter how perfect the vacuum marks were on the carpet, no matter how much food the animals had in their dish, no matter how perfectly you had made the meal, there was always going to be something that you could have done better.
Right.
And so you were trained to never trust your intuition, and so now as an adult going into adult relationships, you really need your intuition. It needs to be honed and skilled and sharp so that you can intuitively know if someone is a predator or if they're exuding characteristics that are unsafe. And if it's a muscle, like if your core is weak because you haven't done sit-ups for 10 years, then going out and doing something that requires your core muscles is probably not going to go over well. It's the same thing. You need your core muscles, your intuition, in relationships in order to make healthy decisions. And they've been atrophied because You weren't able to think on your own. You were only allowed to think what somebody else told you. Bobby, did that come out in an understandable way?
Yes, very much so. We have to have those, it's like we've talked about, you have to have those basic muscles in order to have a healthy relationship and in order to get unhealthy relationships.
Yeah.
And our intuition is definitely damaged by abuse. And learning to heal our intuition, learning to trust ourselves again is a big part of recovery. A big part.
Definitely. I have, this is a perfect one for you, Bobby. This is a perfect one. I have no contact with my family of origin. I went no contact with my family of origin a year ago. I have continued to strengthen and move on with my life, but I sometimes think about all of the what ifs, or if my parents ever think of me, or if they miss me in any way. Even though they mentally abused me, I still miss parts of them. Will I ever get over this? I've also come to the realization that they are mentally unstable and perhaps they never truly loved me at all. This is a little too close to home for me to answer. I'll just say, they never loved you. They only loved you because you would do whatever they wanted. No, they never loved you. And that's a hard pill to swallow. I was probably immobilized for weeks when I realized that my abuser never really loved me. It's like, why? Was I not lovable? Yes, darling, you're lovable. Right. You are absolutely lovable. You who wrote the letter are lovable. The other person is the one that the problem is with. Bobby, why don't you answer this one?
Yes. No, you're so right. It's not about you not being lovable, but it's about them being incapable of loving.
Yeah. Will they ever get over it?
They don't have that capacity. They're ever going to feel better. Yeah. You know, we get this question very, very frequently, especially around times like holidays. And people are saying, you know, I don't want to have any contact with my family because they treat me so badly, but I still miss them. Why do I miss them? They're awful to me. They treat me terribly. Why do I miss them? What's wrong with me? You know, and the answer we give is always twofold. You know, I think there are very few relationships that are 100% bad. And we tend to keep in our memory some of the really good ones. And when holidays come around, it's really hard not to be nostalgic and get that doubt in your head. Well, maybe, you know, maybe it could be okay. And the second thing is that sometimes it's not that we miss our family, it's that we miss having a family. People have asked me if I'm going to be upset when my abuser dies. And my upset will come from the fact that that will mean I have to let go of that fantasy that I will ever have the parent that I wanted to have. I realize it's a completely childish fantasy, but it is my child's fantasy anyway, that somehow the phone will ring and I'll pick it up and he'll say, I'm so sorry for what I did. I apologize. It was my fault. It wasn't you. I love you. Let's, you know, let me try and fix it. Let me try and make it up to you. It's not going to happen. It never is. But I have that fantasy in my head, that child's fantasy. And when we give up a relationship with our family, when we go no contact, our abuser passes away, that fantasy is what we miss. That fantasy is what is dying, not the reality. So I think it's important, you know, that we recognize the loss of that fantasy, but I think it's important that we recognize too that not all relationships are 100% terrible. So when you wonder if they miss you, when you feel like you're missing them, it's that good stuff, you know, and yeah, you probably had to walk away from, you know, some good things. But the problem is that on a whole, it was incredibly damaging and you needed to walk away. That the few things that were good about it didn't make it sticking around.
Yeah. And just to add to your point, Bobby, even when that day does come for some people, for some survivors, where their abuser calls them up and apologizes, it really doesn't feel that great. you think it does until you realize that they only said it for, they said it to grandstand, to solidify their legendary status as the grandiose individual in your life that they are. Because you're hanging on every word. You can hear a pin drop. Could you say it again, please? I just want to hear your voice one more time. You know, they don't really mean it. Abuse is abuse is abuse is abuse. People don't just accidentally abuse other people. You don't just accidentally beat the dog over and over and over again for wetting on the carpet. That's not an accident. You flew off the handle and you chose to abuse your pet. So in our society these days, abusing animals is something that people go to prison for a very, very, very long time. So think back to your childhood. If you're watching this channel on a regular basis, you're an adult survivor of child abuse. Do you think that it was justified for your abuser to abuse you like as though they were kicking the dog and punishing the dog for peeing on the rug over and over and over and over again? No, it was never okay. It wouldn't be okay if they did something to the cat, or they did something to the dog, or they went up and screamed at somebody at the supermarket, or treated somebody poorly. Would that be okay? Of course it wouldn't be okay. So why was it somehow justified and okay that they did it to you? The answer is it wasn't. Right, Bobby?
Right, exactly. And you know, another good measure for that is, what would you do with your children? Because those of us who are in the act of recovery, those of us who are, you know, seeking to find a better place for our life, it wouldn't begin to occur to us to, you know, beat a family animal. It wouldn't begin to occur to us to tell one of our children that they were worthless. It wouldn't begin to occur to us to tell one of our children that they can't eat. No, I'm sorry. You know, there's no food for you today because you didn't do X, Y, and Z. Those kinds of things don't
lock
even...
them outside, like one of our community members.
Right.
Lock them outside in the cold while the whole family ate at the dinner table. Breaks my heart whenever I think about that.
So if you think about what you would tolerate someone doing to one of your children, then sometimes it's easy to put it in perspective.
Yeah.
So
here's a letter from someone that I think is pretty interesting. Someone, they titled it "Self-Protection During Narcissistic Abuse Recovery." The field of psychology, self-help, trauma recovery, and specifically narcissistic abuse is littered with those who are disordered themselves. They often sound really impressive and compassionate, but they're faking it, and it can be damaging to our recovery or downright harmful. How does one protect themselves from the possible charlatan, self-help guru, or psychopathic psychotherapist out there? Sincerely. I have an answer for this. I do.
Go for it.
So I'm going to respond to this question in the same way that I responded earlier, and that is intuition. You have gone through an abusive relationship where you were not allowed to think for yourself. Chances are your privacy was violated. You probably got the door opened on you while you're dressing, or perhaps while you were showering, or you aren't allowed to go to the bathroom, or you're not even allowed to get up and get a glass of water, or open the refrigerator and eat whatever food you want. If you get up in the middle of a movie, you get asked, where are you going? Or if you come home 5 minutes late from work, there's this helicopter sort of hovering of this person who was abusive, okay? That gives you a certain feeling in your gut. When I'm saying it right now, you're sick to your stomach right now, because you know what that feels like. You know what it feels like to be violated, to be stalked, emotionally stalked. What are you thinking? What are you doing? Who are you texting? Who was that on the phone? Did you get the email? What did you do? Did you pick up the movie? Why were you 10 minutes late? Where were you? Oh, were you really hanging out with so-and-so? Who are you meeting up with? There's always this sort of thing that can be done. Okay, so you know what that feels like. So think about all the stuff I just said and touch yourself on your wrist. Scratch yourself as you're saying it, okay? Now think about all those things that that person did, and while you're scratching yourself on the wrist, like touching your wrist, like just touching, okay? Now, picture yourself in a counselor's office or reading a book or receiving support online through a virtual coach or counselor. Now, they ask you a question and they're exuding behaviors that are very familiar to you. It's familiar. It feels just like when you were tapping yourself on the wrist. Then that's when you study the gray stone technique, the gray rock. Google gray rock method. And use your intuition. Use your best judgment, because you are the best judge of what is safe for you. Your recovery is your recovery. And if someone is going to victimize you, re-victimize you, and be predatory of you during your recovery, which I'm not saying it can't happen. I bet you anything it can. Just like the people that go to AA, and then like there are people that are in AA and then they go there to prey on women that are going through something that's very traumatic, and then they pounce and they end up being in a codependent relationship. There are predators out there. Do I think that the majority of psychiatrists, psychologists, counselors, coaches, therapists, do I think the majority of them are psychopaths and predators themselves? I think it violates their inner code of ethics. Personally, I think that the code of ethics to even become a therapist or a counselor is so stringent, which is why I enjoy coaching as a modality. It's a far less stringent code of ethics, not because I'm unethical, but because I love the collaborative nature. If I were you and I had gone through the abuse that you've gone through, I would seek out someone who is a coach, and there's the collaborative effort, a collaborative relationship that you build, and look for credibility. Get personal references from other clients and really get to know these people that, like, I would not go and see somebody unless they were a personal referral. Bobby?
I agree. And I think that there's a lot these days online. When I first started getting therapy and looking for a psychiatrist, internet didn't exist. But these days, go online, Google names, read through a person's website, read through their Twitter stream, read through their professional Facebook page. If you want to, you should be allowed to have like a 5-minute conversation with that person before you book an appointment. And if you will not be allowed to speak to that person or to have any kind of interaction with them before you book an appointment, don't book an appointment. I am a therapist. I've been a therapist for 18 years. I am more than willing to talk to someone before they book an appointment. And I want to do that for my benefit too, because I can't work with everyone. I mean, my personality is such that the way I work in this world is such that I'm not a fit for everyone. And so I want to talk to them too. I don't have a lot of room in my calendar. And so if I'm going to sign someone up for an appointment, let's make sure it's going to be a good fit first. Ask for word of mouth referrals from your community. And if you meet someone and red flags go off, that's okay. Don't make another appointment. Don't go back. Our medical community has trained us that God, the doctors, therapists, etc., are the deity, and we are just to follow them around. But that's not the way it is. You are hiring a therapist. In essence, in some ways, they are your client. You're hiring them to do something for you. Don't hire someone that you don't trust.
Yeah, and I say follow your gut instinct. That's what Bobby,
Yes.
like she was saying. And both of Bobby and I both have said a few times back and forth just now that word of mouth referrals are gold and that you need to look for those. I would definitely not meet with someone unless you have a word of mouth referral. If you ask for references, they give you references, you Google the references, you Google this person. I mean, You can find a lot online these days, you guys. I definitely think referral is the way to go. So I want to read another letter, if that's okay, Bobby. And if you have to go, I understand.
No, I just need to do just one more. My brain is starting to spark and turn into smoke.
Okay. This one is, I think this is just sort of they're sharing their aha moment, and then so we can share the aha. I'll read the aha moment because that's always fun for our viewers to know that they're not alone and that, you know, there is progress being made.
Yay!
And my computer just froze for some reason. And then after that, I'll read the one more. Is that okay if I share the aha moment?
Sure.
And then read the, okay. So after Googling her narc's behavior, and finding narcissism, and then realizing he ticks all the boxes, that I am 7 months into my aha moment. I'm still with him, but I'm aware of how he works now, taking responsibility for how my behavior set in childhood has contributed to the mad dance and trying to heal, still building, setting boundaries, and doing okay. But no, there are better days to come with or without him. Just want to say how important self-care has been during the last 7 months and how essential it is to put yourself first when you realize what's happening. Eat well, rest, breathe, create some distance, even if it just means going to another room. Stay out of the drama loop. Gray rock them. Keep your guard up. Research narcissism and CPTSD. Release your anger in a safe way. Punch a pillow, scream, swear. I feel stronger by standing up for myself and letting him and his family know I am not an easy target and that they are cowards, little bullies, and so far so good. Wishing everyone out there struggling with this madness, male or female, all the best. I know there is a light at the end of the tunnel. I am on an emotional roller coaster, but my guard is up. Like 7 months ago, my safety bar is firmly locked down. I know I have lots of work to do, but I will move forward. I'm worth it. Thank you. Special thank you to Richard for all of your hard work in exposing narcissists and educating victims. I would just like to say, amen. This is so awesome when we get letters like this, Bobby. Isn't that amazing?
Yes.
I mean, that's like,
it is.
Those letters are like gold. I have 40 more letters, but I'm just gonna randomly pick one here. Oh my goodness. Okay. Here we go. I stayed 20 years, but I am still hostage is the title. I was in safe hiding for 6 months. Hey, Bobby.
Hmm?
My computer just did something funky. Can you still hear me?
What?
Can you still hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my computer did something funky. I apologize. Okay.
You're kind of going in and out.
Uh-oh.
Okay, go ahead.
I was in safe hiding for 6 months. Of course, during that time, his campaign of my lies and neutral were told to my adult children constantly. I, the crypt keeper, said nothing. On Christmas, he committed suicide. That one bullet killed my family and many friendships. He wrote a manuscript blaming me. Friends and family members became non-existent. My children didn't want me at the service. It has been 20 months. My 34 and 35-year-old who watched his ugliness now direct it toward me. I haven't seen my grandchildren at all. When either child pops up out of the blue, it is with a condensed version of him, telling me what to do or behave. I swear they have become him. I gave them space to grieve. They've taken it to become my torturers exactly as him. Conditions and rules. Just this last week, after being accused of killing his dumbass, I am having to release the toxicness out of my life. I have been through therapy and church, but now I see them. Easy enemies, and we can never return as we were. I am adamant this time. I lived in hell, and I remain in hell. No one in my family empathizes. They said I should just be over it. I feel so alone. Me contemplated leaving this cruelty. Bad enough I lived it. I received reincarnations of him. I've always kept secrets. I didn't even know these terms. I've never campaigned. I've always told the truth. Am I too late? They are already brainwashed. I am so saddened to be all alone. And I am cheated out of love, and I have no trust in them. Another problem, my punishment never seems to end. Why can't it? Oh boy, we're going to end this broadcast with the answer to this question. Are you there?
I am.
Yeah.
I am here. And I think one of the big answers for this one is to find a safe, supportive community of people who understand.
Yeah. Community is the answer to this one.
Yes. And sometimes when our family lets us down, we have to make a family of choice rather than a family by birth. Our family by birth can let us down time and time again. So we have to make a family by choice. I wish I had some easy answers on how you could convince your children that you are not the evil person that they were led to believe. But with the other person being dead, it's very hard to get any kind of a toehold in their denial. And so, unfortunately, I think you're just going to have to let them be. And should they make a choice to come back and talk with you, then you can try and give some explanations. But I think the best part of your time and your energy right now is spent on building a family by choice. People who will love and support you for who you are, and not the lies that your abuser spread about you. So if you want to join one of our Facebook groups, let us know. We would more than love to have you and to help you to find people who will support, encourage you, and have a relationship with you based on love rather than lies.
Yeah. I don't think I could say it any better. My short answer to your very, very painful, excruciatingly painful email. First of all, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for your loss, not for the loss of the death. I'm not happy that he committed suicide, obviously. I'm sorry for the loss of what you believed to be healthy relationships with your children. That's what I'm the most sorry for, because you are a mother and you deserve to have healthy relationships with your children. And as a mother myself, my son is a grown man now. He's married. He's out of the military. He was in the military for 5 years. He's out now. He's going to college. He's working full time. He's living thousands and thousands of miles away. When I get even the slightest message from him, it brightens my day. And I'm so sorry for the loss of the relationship that you wanted with your children. I'm deeply, deeply grieved. And we have an episode coming up. This entire week coming up, starting Monday, is dedicated to grieving. It is grieving loss after abuse, grieving the relationships we thought we had, grieving the relationships we wished we would have had, grieving our sanity, grieving our childhood, grieving our innocence, grieving our health, grieving our mind, our healthy mind, grieving. What does grieving even mean? Well, I'm assuming we're going to talk about what the definition of grief is and how to grieve and what grieving is and what is appropriate for grief. Is there a time frame on grief? And who grieves? Does everybody grieve? Is it just us empaths who grieve or people who were abused? No, everybody in the whole world grieves. So, spoiler alert, everyone, 100% of them. 100% of people in the world have shame. 100% of the people in the world experience imposter syndrome, thinking that everybody's going to find out that they're not worth anything. 100% of the people in the world. 100% of the people in the world grieve, and they have grief. And if we don't feel the feels, as Bobby and I always say, the moment we think we're cruising along doing super great at something, whack, the feels pop back up in your face. So So you got to feel the feels, work through the feels. The only way through your stuff is through it. You can't go around it or under it or over it. So it's not easy. Recovery is a lifelong journey, and we're blessed to be a part of your journey. And we have received, my emails just keep, I haven't stopped receiving emails for 5 hours. So I'm looking down at my email, and I know it's going to take me a really long time to respond to everybody. And we're just going to do the best we can. And just let you guys know, like we do every single week, you matter, you're important, you didn't deserve to be abused. No one does, and you certainly didn't deserve it. And we're going to give you everything we can possibly give you to experience healthy, informed trauma recovery for as long as we're alive. That's what we're going to do. So we hope you'll subscribe to our YouTube channel, click the like button if you liked it, and all of those thumbs downs that we're probably going to see, hopefully all those are due to technical difficulties. And if they're not, then that's okay. You're entitled to your thumbs down. But we give all of you thumbs up because we're grateful that you're here. So, Bobby, did you have any parting thoughts for all of our awesome viewers? Do you have any parting thoughts for all of our awesome viewers?
Oh, I'm sorry, I lost that. You know, just continue to stay tuned. We're going to do more virtual events and hopefully get the bugs worked out. And stay tuned to our YouTube channel. We have more information coming about narcissistic abuse. We have more guest speakers and experts that we have contacted who want to do more presentations with us.
Ooh,
and we will have more tools to help you. What?
Ross Rosenberg is interested.
There you go. Yes. So we will have more resources and more tools for you. So stick with us and make sure that you stay tuned to our website, traumarecoveryuniversity.com and nomoreshameproject.com.
Yeah.
There we go.
Thank you, Bobby.
You're welcome.
All right, everybody. Thank you so much for hanging in there with us through all of our technical difficulties and for the extra bonus Q&A session afterwards. And you can go to facebook.com/narcdiaries if you have any other questions. If you want to get into a private group, leave us a little post there or message us. And again, go subscribe to Spartan Life Coach YouTube channel and go find relationshippedia.me and subscribe to Bree's blog. A special thank you to Richard Grannon, the Spartan Life Coach, and to Bree Von Shea of Relationshippedia and the Narcissistic Abuse and Toxic Relationship Forum. And thank you so much, Bobby, for being my partner in all things awesome. And I just enjoyed gleaning the wisdom here today. So thank you so much.
You bet. Thank you, everyone, for being with us.
Thank you, everybody. We hope we see you next week on Trauma Recovery University YouTube channel. And on Twitter. We're dedicating the entire week to grieving. So hopefully you'll join us then. And until next time, I'm Athena Moberg, and I enjoy giving you all the bits of knowledge that Bobby and I can possibly give you for healthy, informed trauma recovery. See you next week. Aloha.